Hey, Stephanie, how you doing? How's it going? Kicking it? Did you go to the store? Came out a little earlier. Sometimes I delete the YouTube one and it messes things up. I guess it's got a different link now. I'll put the link up. Oh, thank you. I just got it 2 for 1. I had one set up early, but I went and looked on YouTube. I canceled the one. And I set up another one, but I didn't see the other one on YouTube. So I know StreamYard overlays on YouTube, but when you put up a new one for StreamYard, I don't think it. If it shows on YouTube, then why wasn't in my bank of chats getting ready to go like at 9? I mean, it doesn't matter, but Stephanie, what's your area code start with?
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. How'd your day go?
Oh, well, it snowed yesterday, so I hit a plow stick today with my car, unfortunately.
Did it hurt it?
The plow stick is over in the snow now, but it's okay. Nothing. It wasn't major. It was just I was on a side street and they didn't have it plowed or salted, and I took a turn a little too. I mean, it wasn't like going really fast, anyways, but I
Did it
just
scratch your car?
No, not even a scratch on my car.
Oh, good.
But people put the plow sticks on like all around the roads, so that the plows don't hit them. But I've had plows take out my mailbox 3 times.
Wow. How much snow did you get?
Like an inch.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah, but the thing is you're right. No, it was nothing as far as snowfall, but because um
Hey, Mary.
there was a lot of ice involved,
Mhm.
that's what gets you. It's not really the snow. The snow I could fly through, but like once it gets the icy snow, like the packed,
Yeah.
like you know what I mean. You're from Michigan, you dealt with
Yeah.
snow. You know what type of snow you can just plow through, and what snow's like, oh, I really got to take it easy, even if it didn't snow that much, because
Yeah.
it's all matted down and
Yep.
slick.
Yeah. Well, that's
But
good.
then,
You didn't put a scratch.
yeah, nothing happened. Nothing bad happened. Well, I mean, you just take to everybody. If you want to learn how to drive in the snow, if you, whatever you do, if you feel your vehicle losing control, do not hit the brake. Just take your, no, you laugh,
I
Stephanie, but
know, I
it's
know, I've done it.
people's first reaction is to brake. Like they have to slow down more, which just spins your car. Like I did it once, avoiding a deer, and the roads were slick, and I ended up doing a 360 in the middle of it. Luckily it was at night and nobody was on the road, but it was a main road, and yeah, I tried to avoid the deer. Of course I hit the brake, and so from now on I always just take my foot off the brake, and whatever happens happens. Like that's all you can do
Yeah.
to avoid anything more major and going out of control with your vehicle.
Yeah.
Because once you slam that brake on and you swerve and you're on ice.
That's true.
But
You
yeah,
sound,
what's that?
you sound like you're in a little better spirits today.
Yeah, yeah. No, I feel good. Today was a decent day, and possible
Jable?
new things in the future. So
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yep.
A metamorphosis, a change.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy a barn, and I'm gonna have animals. That's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna get a barn, have my own farm. Have my own farm. I'm gonna hire people to take care of the animals, and I'm gonna go around just to pet them and everything.
What are you going to do? Go around and do what?
Pet them, visit them. It's my farm. I'll hire Yeah,
That's a good idea.
yeah, I have a bunch of animals.
That'll be fun.
Where? In New York? You're in New York, aren't you?
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of farmland in New York.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, I know it doesn't sound well where I live. I mean, if you're talking New York City, yeah, you're not going to find farmland in New York City, but there's lots of like agriculture and whatnot right a little bit out of Rochester. So
I know because, when I think of New York City, I just think of the city. I don't think of,
Yeah.
yeah,
anything else.
I mean, you have the city of Rochester, and that's city, right? And then I live in a suburb, but then like if you go like 20, 30 minutes out, like south, that's where like most of your farmlands are. But even in the suburb that I live in, there's a couple farms. There's a couple like apple farms and corn.
Nice.
So yeah.
You're at the age too where you could like just go around there in like some ripped jeans and no bra on and shit and slop the pigs. And you've seen those channels, haven't you, Stephanie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think
I'd be
Joe could pull it
I'd be
off.
sitting on the front porch drinking my coffee. That's
Yeah.
what I'd be doing.
Yeah, but you could just be like Banshee Moon.
Banshee mood.
Everything
Yeah.
you did was in a bikini. No, but if you just went under, like look at that young couple that lived near me in West Branch
Yeah.
that had that cute little farm. You've been on there, haven't you, Stephanie? Steph?
Where?
That little farm that was up near where I
Yeah.
lived. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, they're a nice family and they're married and kids and hold hands and all that shit. And I mean, they do okay, but
Right.
you're not like setting any records. You know what I mean?
No, farming is I live where I live is kind of rural, a small town. I say Seattle, but I'm not in Seattle. But no, farmers they have it pretty rough. Um, uh, but the problem is, we have uh, a big farming, a big they're called Smith Brothers, and they deliver, like milk and eggs and all that. But it's hard to support the farmers because damn, they're so damn expensive.
Oh,
See,
really?
they have to charge so much, I suppose, to make money. But I'm not going to pay twice as much for eggs,
I'll be
just to have them
I'll
delivered.
I'll I'll be honest with you. When I worked at a grocery store, I worked in the produce department, and we sold a lot of local produce. And
Yeah.
they did have to charge a little bit more to buy local. But the thing is, and I visited some of these farms, like their stuff, like I don't know, it doesn't. They don't use as much. It's not as processed, the produce and
Right.
everything. So I mean,
Right.
yeah, they charge a little bit more. And of course, they have to make money themselves and everything, but they're not like, it's not like one of those things where they take more pride in their stuff. You know what I mean? It's different when you buy
Yeah.
it from like a big processed manufacturing company where it's been handled like 5 times and some of the stuff's
Right.
already wearing out by the time it gets to the store, and it happens. I've had to,
Oh yeah.
get rid of produce. It came to the store, you get a box full
Yeah,
of,
but how about eggs? I mean, if that's coming out of a chicken's ass, doesn't matter if it's in an assembly line or they have one chicken.
well, this is the difference. So I've seen dairy farms where you're right, they have mass chickens, they're all pissed off, they get treated like shit, they're all disease filled and everything else just to pump out more eggs. They're giving them steroids, all sorts of whatever, just to get more because everyone needs more. Where at the other farms, they actually treat the chickens like chickens and not just like aggravated animals just to pump out a couple eggs. So I mean, you could take that into consideration. Either or, you can eat whatever you want, but that's the difference that you're paying, what you're
Oh
paying
yeah,
for.
yeah. When I was a little girl, I had a great aunt Biz, we called her Auntie Biz, and she had chickens, and we never had to buy eggs. We had eggs all the time from my aunt Biz. I mean, that was so cool. We'd go over and help her get the eggs, and I remember that. But all the eggs were brown.
Right. Well, the
Yeah.
thing is too is it's like it's one of those things. Like if you don't know what goes on behind closed doors and you don't know, then it doesn't bother you, right? But once you
Right.
see what goes on, you have a little different opinion on certain things. I
Yeah, but I'll
mean,
tell you, I could go out and get 50 eggs from 50 different places. I could cook them any way you wanted.
sure.
You wouldn't have the faintest fucking idea what came from
Of
where.
course. No, well, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not sitting here. The only thing that I can tell you about produce that's different and that's worth the money if that's how you want to spend it is
Hi,
if
Tom.
you
How are you?
Good.
if you want to get organic produce if you want it to last longer. That's a proven thing. I'm not going to tell you it tastes better. I'm not going to sit
Okay.
here and say whatever else, but it is proven that organic. So like if you don't eat a lot of produce, right? If you buy produce and you notice that like you're throwing away half a head of, romaine, or if you're throwing away bananas all the time and everything else, go for the organic because it'll last longer because it hasn't already had all the chemicals sprayed on it and everything. So
Right.
it
Yeah.
hasn't broken down as much yet. So,
Right.
but as
Bullshit.
far as people, no, people would ask me all the time. They're like, "What's the difference between organic and non-organic?" I said, honestly, I don't taste nothing different between the two. I've tasted everything, whatever. But what I've noticed, because I would have to go through all the produce every day that's on the shelf, is the amount of compost I would have to make from the regular produce if it wasn't bought within a certain amount of time compared to the organic produce. Organic produce would last days longer easily, hands down.
You're supposed to eat it when you get it anyway.
Well, if you do, then it doesn't, then you're not the person that should worry about it. But a lot of people, they shop once a week for a family.
You just
And
like go shopping. It's like you sit on your couch. Oh, wow, that's going on day 9. It's still not rotten.
Yeah. Well, I've done that. See, that's why I don't spend a lot of money on produce, because I've done that. I bought it and it's just gone bad and I've had to throw it out.
well, yeah, a
So
lot of
Everybody
people, you're
does
not,
that.
if
a lot
I'm
of
going to
people,
make, yeah, if I'm going to make something and need produce, I make sure I'm going to, buy it and, make it within the day or two, because
I,
otherwise it goes to shit.
a
And
lot
then,
of people, a lot of people and a lot of people don't even bother looking at the produce that they're buying either. They're like, it was kind of funny to me
Oh,
because,
you're one of those, huh?
well, no, there's dates. It's funny because, my husband, he's grabbed, he'll grab like a packaged lettuce, right? We've all had the salads that are packaged, whatever. And he'll be like, "Oh, the date's good on it." And I look at it, I'm like, "Look at what's in there. It's a plastic bag. You can obviously see it's already starting to rot. I don't care if it says the date's like 2
oh,
weeks,
I know. Now I can tell you about baked salads, because I eat a lot of salad. I love salad. And what I found is, I mean, you are not getting very much in that bag anymore. And like Michelle said, you look in there and it looks crappy, even
slimy.
though the
Yeah.
date is good. So now I just buy the whole leafy lettuce. That's what I like. And then I chop it up myself and
Well,
and
that's
put
the
it
thing
in.
too. That's the thing too. I don't think people realize is how cheaper and easier it is just to buy the not, but we would sell a ton of convenience produce because people just like to grab it. They didn't want to worry about it when they got home. Like,
Right
let's say they
here.
had let's say they had a lot going on and they're like, I don't want to freaking deal with this, which is fine because I was there. I had a kid, I had a job. Like at one point, I was busy. Like I didn't want to have to worry about making dinner, going home and spending a lot of time cooking. So I would buy, bagged lettuce or whatever. But
Yeah.
it is a lot cheaper if you spend a couple extra minutes, just grabbing a knife and doing it yourself. And plus, like once you cut produce, it's only good for like a couple days afterwards because then it already starts
Yeah.
going.
Well,
Yeah.
you're
See
supposed
that?
to be you're supposed to be eating it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Because
yeah,
I
but I
buy
mean,
I buy a lot. I used to
Right.
buy a lot of those Caesar salad kits where you
I
got
get
the
them. I get them.
dressing.
I get them.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yep.
I like the
sure,
little
Mm-hmm.
bags of things in there. You chop them open.
Yep.
yeah, I do too. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was one of the best sellers was the Caesar cats.
I like the Mexican street corn one.
You like the Mexican street corn? That one was pretty good. That one did okay. That
I
came
get
in
the
the top.
Asian.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Asian
I
one.
get them all. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
They have.
Am I gonna live till next year?
Oh, geez, Tom.
Yes.
Yeah, because you ate
Thank you.
that salad, you're gonna live longer.
I do
Jeez.
notice on some those salads. I mean, I don't know. I just tear them open, eat them. Fuck it.
I know, but Tom, have you noticed? Don't they seem smaller now?
I
It's like
I
the
can't
bag is
say they do. I don't like.
the bag only seems half full anymore. The last time I bought bag lettuce, I dumped it in a bowl and I went, "Oh my God, this is only enough for one person for right now. That's it."
I know a lot of companies went to like smaller sizes
Yeah.
instead of raising the prices. So maybe they are smaller, but if they are, I don't care
Yeah.
because I just put it in the bowl. I mean, I thought I'd have noticed it in the bowl, like, because it like fills up the same size of plastic bowl.
Right, right. I know.
But I don't know. Maybe it could have.
Oh, they do that all the time. With me working at a grocery store for so long, when prices first started going up in food, it was funny. I'm like, wait a minute, this used to come in a bigger size. I'm like, they're downside. They would do it so you wouldn't even really
Yeah, I get
notice.
those Simple Life. Me too.
Most of the consumers wouldn't even notice that the size went down just to keep the same price. But with COVID, everything just skyrocketed in price, especially because a lot of stuff was imported from overseas too, and that kind of went to a halt as well.
Yeah.
So, because there's a lot of produce that you cannot farm in North America. So, one thing we never had a problem with was getting
Bananas.
bananas. We never had a problem with bananas, and they come from Chile.
They're getting more spiders on them now, poisonous spiders.
I saw one spider, and it was on. I want to say, uh, it was in a bag of one
What
of the
kind of
tropical.
spider, though?
I don't know. I took a picture of it because I've never seen a spider like that before.
Yeah.
We took a picture and we found out that it wasn't a poisonous spider because we Googled it. So, I mean, we still didn't have like an expert, but I was like, I've never seen that. It was scary. It wasn't like a normal, and
Yeah,
then
there
because
was a
like
lady up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, about 5 years ago. You can Google it. She got bit by a brown recluse who came in on some bananas.
Mm,
I had a neighbor get bit by a pygmy rattler in a plant he
Oh.
bought at Home Depot.
I believe it. One time I was unloading a grocery
Dakota.
truck. It wasn't even a produce truck. It was a grocery truck. I unloaded it and I was using the power jack and I was grabbing a pallet and all of a sudden like the noise it just started like the screeching noise. Like I've never heard like a screeching noise. I ran over a raccoon on the
Oh, wow.
truck. Blood everywhere. We had to actually call I don't know. We had to call somebody. I forgot who it was, but they came and told us what we could still keep and throw away, even though the blood didn't get on the actual product, just the boxes on the outside.
Yeah.
But yeah, freaking animals did they see a freaking food?
It killed it, raccoon?
Yeah, I didn't even know what it like because when you go on the truck to like unload it, there isn't a lot of lighting.
Yeah.
It's really dark. And I'm just like, didn't think anything of it. Normal day. And then it was just like this screech, like this noise, like just freaking like terror noise. I was like, what was that? And there was blood everywhere. And
Oh.
yeah, I don't know if it was like stuck underneath the pallet. I don't know like exactly how it all happened, but
You should have made a raccoon hat.
a raccoon, yeah.
Yeah.
They used to,
Okay.
when I was a kid, a lot of us kids had those. The hat
Really?
and the tail hung in the back.
Huh.
Pure
You
class.
must have been styling, Tom. You must have been like
No, all the
this-
boys had them. Yeah, it was real too. They
Wow.
weren't like that expensive, like a raccoon hat. Didn't anybody on here ever have one, Klaus? Do you have any of that over there? I don't even know if they have raccoons over there.
Oh, my dad used to have all kinds of clothes because he was a mountain man. He had all kinds of clothes and stuff made out of animal fur and stuff.
Well,
That's
Yeah.
a big no-no. That's a big no-no now.
Oh,
well,
I know.
today I got footage of deer. When I was making some deliveries today, I saw one deer and I'm like, great. I'm like, because you know what happens once you see one deer, there's usually not just one deer. So then I went around the corner and I'm going really slowly, and then all of a sudden there's four of them standing there, and I got some footage, and then one of the deer ran a guy was jogging. One of the deer went to run and the jogger had to like ditch the deer. The deer was gonna run him over. It was definitely a weird video, that's for sure. I was like,
We
oh, look, here's a jogger. And then all of a sudden the deer must have gotten scared or something and charged towards him to like run across the street and almost hit him.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool, Klaus. Yeah, there's deer. I never saw so many deer till I moved down here. They're everywhere. Like if you look on those moon videos, those when I do the stars,
Yeah.
you ever watch them?
I saw your last one.
But if you look at
I
the
saw your
bottom,
last.
if you look at the bottom a lot of times, you'll see deer running around the bottom.
Huh.
Yeah, they're out there all the time, running around the tree line and stuff. You can see them. Like two of the cameras don't have a star tracker on, one does. So that's the one that really lights it up. But I notice sometimes when I'm putting the music to the video that you'll see a bunch of deer at the bottom of them.
Yeah, you got to watch out for poachers, Tom.
Yeah, not here. You get caught too easy. There's too many hunters
Oh,
and
good.
state park
Good.
owns a property across the street. But I was surprised
Okay.
there's so many deer up here.
That's cool. I mean, even though, my whole family are hunters and I eat venison, deer deer are beautiful animals.
I think they are too.
They are, yeah. I could never, I remember going deer hunting with my dad and carrying his thermos. I think I was the boy he never had, but I could never shoot an animal. My dad taught me to shoot guns with cans and bottles and stuff, but I used to go up there, carry the thermos and sit with my dad, deer hunting. I remember doing that. I don't know. I think because I was brought up around it, it never bothered me because he got a deer and then he'd take it home and I'd watch him skin it and, do all the stuff you do. And I don't know. I never really, but I could never do it myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could never do it, but, I guess it's just how you're brought up,
Rita wants to know if your cold's better.
Yes, thank you, Rita. I do still have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and but I feel a lot better today. If you don't hear me talking, I'm on mute coughing though. I got it refill. I got this cough medicine they gave me for my cough. So, but thanks for asking. No, I feel better today, thank God.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Good.
But I haven't gone anywhere for a week because my cough was so bad. And, people still, if you're coughing in the store, they step away from you. And, oh, God, I don't want to be around people like that.
No, I don't blame you.
No.
Marty got an eye ulcer in his eye. He's got to put medication in it for every 2 hours for 2 days.
Oh.
Yeah, you were saying that.
Yeah.
I've never heard of such a thing.
No, me either. He was
Is it
having
a
problems.
sty or an ulcer?
No, it's called an eye ulcer.
Wow.
Probably what happened is, he had a contact like bend or something in there, and then he reached to mess with it. He probably scratched his and then there was bacteria on his hand, that kind of thing. Yeah. They say you can lose your vision if you don't get it treated in a couple days.
Oh.
Hurts like hell too.
Really? Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
Ugh. I had pink eye one time. I had pink eye once.
How long that last?
I think I was out of work, I think about a week.
I know that one easy way of getting pink eye is on slot machines.
Oh, and I used to play those all the time. Maybe that's where I got it, Tom.
That's why you'll see in casinos, they're always wiping machines down.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Good outbreak of pink eye will really kill your business for a while.
Well, the thing is what you got to remember is, and a lot of people I notice do it all the time, is don't touch your eyes and face so much, or make sure
Right,
you
it's
wash your
true.
hands regularly, because it can happen anywhere. Because You wouldn't be surprised at how many times I've gone in public bathrooms and people go to the bathroom and they don't wash their hands afterwards. And I mean, I don't know the
Yeah.
whole story and everything, but
Were you
it's
in
like,
Crawfordville?
no, no, these are like nice. These are like
No, I know.
higher
Hey,
higher end, even in higher end areas.
hey, the dental hygienist told me last time that they've got people in there that get a yearly cleaning,
Hmm.
never brush their teeth.
Really?
No, isn't that a mind blower?
Well, I mean you should brush your teeth, but I guess the thing is, it's not really a mind blower. You want to know why I say this?
Hmm.
From having a child. So, like, when you have a child and your kid starts getting teeth on, around like
Yeah,
2, 3 years old,
yeah.
they tell you it's not, they don't really have to brush their teeth. Like, you just kind of like lightly, whatever.
But
And their
those
teeth
teeth are
are,
coming out anyway, aren't they?
yeah, well, yeah, they're baby teeth. Yeah, the baby teeth
You
come
know, that's
out.
why they're not around long.
But they go, and they don't rot out. Like, they don't. Like,
That's because
even
they're not in there long enough.
before they even get,
That'd be my
y-
guess. I mean, I never knew about this. Anybody know about babies? Whether you should brush your teeth besides besides
I don't
Michelle?
know. I don't know. I know
Ask
that
your niece. Ask your niece about that.
oh, yo, the kids, yeah, they brush
I
their
mean, when
teeth.
they were little.
Um,
I never thought of that. I know I've
no,
seen kids in the dentist and they give them a little toothbrush.
yeah, but they don't like I tell you what, my son, like, I would tell him to brush his teeth, just to practice, good hygiene, but like your teeth are built strong. Like, your teeth are strong, obviously keep them clean, but you know, I don't think they just rot out like instantly. Like, if someone
No,
forgets to brush their
but I
teeth for a
think
day
baby
or
teeth. I
so.
can see why they wouldn't do that
right,
because they're
yeah,
not going to be
because they
around that
lose
long.
them. Yeah, they lose them
Well,
anyway.
I mean, if you told me my teeth weren't going to be around in 4 years, I'd want to brush them either. Fuck it. You brush them so
Yeah,
you can have them
well,
20 years from now.
Well,
I soak
just
my
get
teeth
dentures.
every night.
I brush mine in the night, in the morning, and I use a water pick, mouthwash, and a floss, an electric brush.
Oh, okay.
My teeth aren't that great either. I got a
Yeah,
fucking.
but you're lucky.
I think I have a filling in every tooth in my mouth.
Yeah, but you're
Wow.
lucky you still have your teeth, Tom. I
Yeah, I know.
yeah, I lost mine when I was 40 years old from the gum disease. All my teeth became loose.
Yeah.
There was
Um,
nothing they could do.
they have
No.
so like you can get like you figure when kids get braces put on them, they can't really brush their teeth that well either with the braces and stuff. That's a
Yeah.
hard one to really brush your teeth with. And some people have braces on for years.
Hey, Henry Kissinger died.
Who's that?
He was like an important American diplomat. He was 100.
Oh,
Oh,
he was
okay.
100?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, did you happen to see the photos of Jimmy Carter?
Mm-hmm.
My God, he's unrecognizable.
I know.
I mean, I've
Yeah,
seen old people before, but you could tell it was them. I would have never known that was Jimmy Carter unless it was the article, you know?
I know.
Poor guy. He showed up though, didn't he? For her memorial.
Kid.
Yeah. No, not already dead. Nope. There's a lot of people. I watch interviews on YouTube and they'll bring people up and they thought they were dead and they're not. That's not uncommon. Weird.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did Carter know he was there? That's a good point. I know he quit taking hospice. I got an idea he didn't. Boy, his sons are like in their 70s. I didn't realize there were 3 sons and 1 daughter. Amy still strikes me as someone that could fit in The Shining, no problem, with no acting. She just seems to me like she's got a screw loose. She strike you that way, Stephanie? Stephanie? How you doing over there, babe? Oh, it seemed. Oh, yeah, I didn't watch too much of it. Did you watch any of it, Michelle?
Any of what? The Shining?
No. Jimmy Carter, it is Rosalind's.
No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it.
Yeah. Yeah,
You,
well, I
you.
hate to see him suffer like that, but 99, man, I hope I don't live that long. Fuck that.
Then you'll definitely have to have dentures.
Holy shit. I would no way want to live that long. You can't help but wonder. I mean, I was just in planes a couple months ago. Checked it out, took videos of it and stuff. She doesn't seem normal to you. There's nothing wrong with it, Rita. And maybe that, no smoking, no drinking, reading the Bible, it seemed like it worked to them.
We'll see.
It's also be careful what you wish for. I don't want to live to be like that.
So here's the deal. Like, if her husband was a good husband too, that could play into it. Plus, if you figure my grandfather lived to be 93, and he told me that even in his 80s, he would sit down and tell me, he's like, my kids have kids that have kids. I have no friends who are living anymore. He was just kind of
Hello?
like,
Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't know you couldn't hear me.
No, not for a while there. We couldn't. No.
Oh, well, I just plugged in my phone, so hopefully, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, go ahead, Michelle.
oh no, we were just talking about like old age and like be careful what you wish for. And like I was just giving an example of my grandfather who lived to be an old age, and he was just kind of like, well, he always said he wanted to live to be 100, but he didn't make it to
Hey,
100. But even half towards that, he was just kind of like, he didn't really feel like he had too many people to like take care of, or friends to be around anymore.
Who is Jabo talking about that people think Melanie dressed inappropriately? Who's Melanie?
I don't know.
Who is that, Jabo?
I don't know.
Huh.
Is that the daughter?
No, the daughter's Amy.
Oh, the daughter. Yeah, that's right. That's
Are
right.
you talking about Amy? Oh, Mrs. Trump. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, did you say Melania? I thought you said Melanie.
Oh, Melania.
Probably did. I bet she's a real bitch.
Oh, I bet she is, Tom.
Yeah.
Oh,
No kidding.
She looks like
Barbara Streisand times 10.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, Melania. Oh yeah, they're gonna fuck with her no matter what. I mean, I know people, like I know this family, and one of the girls that married in the family was a stripper. And they have wakes and funerals and what have you. And I don't know whether they're just scrutinizing her because they know this, but they always seem to think she dresses inappropriately. Like,
yeah, but well, nowadays who doesn't?
I mean, showing more tits or a strapless thing at a wake. By the way, if I die, and I don't want to wake, but if somebody should set one up for me, I ask that everybody come brawl us.
Everyone's gonna come here.
Because at the very least, no one's going to be able to say that people dress inappropriately.
Because everyone will be inappropriate.
Right?
Sounds like if you come to my wake, you better be inappropriate and do stupid shit like wreck my tombstone.
Right.
He's like, I want you guys to just freaking go crazy.
I want you to just go up and like read a little something that you wrote and just tear your top off.
I know. Have a big screen and show a porn movie or something.
This was for
Yeah.
Tom.
This was Tom's favorite porn.
Oh, but set it up good. Set it up at the beginning before you went hog wild, and like start crying and stuff, and then have somebody help you turn on the projector.
Yeah, there you go. And give everybody a dragon's milk.
Yeah. And put duct tape over the switch. Yeah.
Oh God.
We'll have all the girls that you did stuff with line up at your wake, and they can give.
You
like,
would have
all
thought Melania that there was 20 people telling her how she could dress, and she probably told them all to go to hell.
No. Yeah, probably. Well, no, nobody would have the balls to say anything to her. That's the difference. Like, no one would say anything.
That could be part of that, like, Russian, mentality. I don't know. I mean, if of all the people that you would expect to dress inappropriately, she'd definitely be a good guess.
Oh yeah.
If her ass isn't sticking out or her flipping her hair back or some shit like that, she doesn't feel like she's present.
Right. Yeah.
Well, who knows what she grew up in. Maybe like she was raised like you got to look like this so that you can get a good husband, and
Well, I've read articles before that she was an escort in her prior life.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, but that's, I can't give you any details, but if you Google that, she was supposedly as a sex worker in some kind of facet at one time. Yeah, who knows?
Huh.
Yeah. But she doesn't seem
maybe
very
she had to
personal.
No.
She probably didn't want to go there to begin with.
Oh, probably not. No. And I'm sure she just said, F off, I'll wear what I want,
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder, were there any no-shows that anybody knows about that somebody you would have thought would have been there that wasn't?
I haven't heard, no.
I don't really follow it too much. Oh, hey, man, how you doing? Oh, it's okay. Oh, wearing red to a funeral? I just don't know if these rules apply like they used to.
Well, the thing is too is like the Catholic, and here we go to religion and stuff. So like Catholic is like very symbolic. So like you wear white to a wedding, a black to a funeral because it symbolizes things. But like a lot of people, I don't think anyone would get upset at you if you wore a different color. I mean, I don't think the person who's dead is going to care what color you're wearing to their funeral. And that's basically what it's about. It's not for everyone else. You're there to mourn and celebrate the person that you're there for. And I highly doubt it that most people think before they die, like, oh, at my funeral, everyone better wear a certain color. So
But I've been to Catholic funerals, second marriages before, where they've worn white.
you're not supposed to do that either. Yeah, you're not supposed to.
I think you can wear off-white, can't you?
Yeah, you can wear like cream or, but it just can't be white. It's not supposed to. If you want to go by like etiquette and everything. I don't think anybody's gonna. I don't think anybody's gonna stone you if you show up in a white dress at a wedding. But
well, I got married in Reno, and I wore a tight purple dress.
Oh, you got married in Reno? What, by JP or something? Would you get married by a justice of the peace or something?
I got married at the Heart of Reno Wedding Chapel.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
Did anybody come out there for it?
Yes, my parents came.
Well, how'd that go over?
Oh, they were upset. It was kind of a last minute thing. And my sister, she was really mad at me because she couldn't come. And my sister, her first marriage, we had the big wedding, everything, the bridesmaid, thousands of dollars. And And so she was mad at me that she couldn't be in my wedding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but no,
What was it, like $50 or something?
oh God, I don't even remember, Tom. It was so long ago. I think I was more excited about gambling down there than getting married.
Yeah. I think that's a lot of people, though.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey,
you're thinking all sorts of shit and you're walking down the aisle.
I had a COVID wedding, so I mean, I can't sit there and say anything bad
What'd you do? Get
about
it
the.
done on TV or something?
No, no, actually, they allowed 50 people in there at the time, but they all had to wear masks. But they still allowed 50 people in the big church. Everyone
Where
just
was
kind
your
of.
wedding done?
It was done in a chapel.
What kind of chapel?
Well, it was a non-denominational,
Is that where
because
the Lesbos got married?
no,
Okay.
no.
Oh, so you've only been married a couple years, Michelle.
That's right. Well,
Oh
I
gosh, I got the impression that you've been married for a long time.
no, we've been together for a long time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he just gave in eventually.
Yeah, that's what
But he
happened
didn't
to me
but
too.
he didn't want to go through the whole process of getting married, because if you get married in a church, there's a longer process that you have to go through,
Right.
and you have to like make your confirmation and
Yeah, but you
uh,
didn't. Yeah, that's true. Although you could come to think about it, though, he's not Catholic, though, is he?
no.
Now, would they have married you in your own Catholic church?
Yeah, but like I said, he would have had to make his confirmation and
Yeah.
go through the whole process. It's a process.
Did you consider it?
Did he consider it? Would he
Yeah.
have?
Yeah.
No. But that's just different. Like that's just how it is. I mean, the chapel that we got married in was actually a church, and it had all of the religious like stained glass and everything. It was really beautiful. It was a very beautiful chapel that they had,
Mhm.
and it used to be a church. So I kind of got the same feeling, it was still the same feeling either way. I felt good vibes and everything, but
So
yeah.
was your dad there and everything?
Yeah, everybody was there. Yep. My
Did he
immediate
did he give you
basically,
away?
yep. Yep. He was there. Most of my immediate family and like some friends, but like I couldn't really branch out too much. But we did film it though too, like live stream, we did it through Zoom as well for the people who couldn't make it or be there, because there's a lot of out of town family members and everything. And nobody was, at the time, nobody was really flying. And I kind of even felt a little bit bad about it, because you could tell some people were still kind of nervous gathering.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, some people were more nervous than others. So, but it was fun. It was good. Nobody got sick. No, from going to a wedding. So I mean, it was
Oh, that's cool, Rita. Yeah, I
it
got
was
married at like a gazebo in a
oh,
park.
okay. I mean, I saw I mean, when I went to go look for like wedding destinations, there were a couple of really awesome locations by the lakes here, because I'm by the Finger Lakes, and they do have some outdoorsy by the lake that are really pretty. Well, the last wedding that I went to was at a barn, and it was beautiful.
That was
They
those
turned
lesbians, wasn't it?
Yeah, they they turned the barn into like a wedding. It was beautiful. It was
Who married them?
um their friend, and I think their friend is a ordained minister. So
Yeah, but I'm one ordained minister.
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
I knew
But
a
it
couple.
wasn't like a legit church.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But I mean, even if you think about it, even I wasn't in. It was a chapel, and it used to be a church, so it definitely had like the church feeling to it. But like, I don't think it's a practicing church per se. I think they just do weddings
Oh,
and
that's good. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's just the person that's doing the marriage is just other than Catholics. It's just the witness anyway. So it could be in an oil change lube place, as long as the witness is
Yeah.
there. They,
Yeah. Well, when we got back from Reno, my parents gave us a nice reception at the Marriott Hotel by the airport, and so all my family and relatives came to that, and it was really nice. And then included in the package thing, then my husband and I got a hotel room for the night, and so I mean that part was nice. So my family did get together and have something for me, so that was nice. I really didn't want it. I didn't want my parents to spend all that stupid ass money, but my mom, she wanted the family and all that, so I said okay. But um
now you were
so
married how long, Stephanie?
5 years. But
Oh,
we were together 13. So see, we were together because remember, Tom, I said I met him when I was 16,
yeah.
and then I married him at 25, and then it only lasted till I was 30.
Oh, okay. Now is
So
he still
yeah,
alive?
I don't know. The last I heard, he went to Thailand and married some Thai woman. And then I heard that he got into cocaine. Um, this was a couple years ago. His sister found me on Facebook, and she wanted me to call him because um, supposedly I was the only one he ever really loved, and she wanted me to get a hold of him to try to talk sense into him or whatever. And then I finally did get a hold of him and talk to him. And so after that, I don't know whatever happened to him, Tom. He could be dead. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep. He got into that Thai Coke or whatever. His sister told me all about, yeah, his sister told me all about it. And yeah, so I don't know. I have no idea.
that must be a different lifestyle to live.
Thai Coke.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Okay,
Well,
Tom, you're too old
excuse
for
me.
that stuff.
Well,
Oh,
he had a really good job for the railroad. Uh, and he got hurt at work, and I guess he had to retire early. And he met some Thai woman and moved over to Thailand with her, is what happened to him. And so I don't know. I don't know what happened to him, but he sounded all weird on the phone. He didn't sound like the Tom I knew. My ex-husband's name was Tom.
lucky dog.
Oh God. I know. Oh man. So I don't
So,
know.
so he'd be what about? Was he a little
But
older than you then?
he was only a year older. He'd be 67 right now.
Okay.
Do you,
Mm-hmm.
do you
It's
think
funny how you
that
can end up getting married to someone then before your life's over, don't even like know where they live or if they're alive or dead.
I know. Yeah, I should try to, because I think I'm still friends with his sister. I should try to get a hold, see if he is. Um, I should. Yeah. I don't know.
I think I do. So when you guys ended up getting a divorce, was that just because things just weren't working out, or?
No, Michelle, it was see, we met when I was 16. So, I've told this story before. We just grew up and we were different people from when we
Oh,
were 16. 16 to 25 and to 30, you're not the same person. And
right.
so we were more than friends. It wasn't a bad marriage. It was just like, two friends living together. You know what I mean? So,
Hmm.
Or
um,
does she ever?
yeah. So, that's basically what happened. Um, but no, we never fought. We never, it wasn't bad. It just really was just like, I don't know, two roommates together. We did a lot of things together, but they're just, I don't know, there wasn't that love. You know what I mean?
Does
Right.
she ever?
No, it happens. And like Michelle, you're only what? How old are you now?
I'm 25.
Yeah, see,
39, 39.
see, what's going to happen is people you change every year. I mean, I am not the same person I was even 10 years ago. So that's why I can see people divorcing after 20, 30 years of marriage, because you're changing all the time. You're not the same person anymore.
I think
And
I
that's
think I think what it boils down to is I think it's how you treat the other person. If see people get veered off track in life because they see something shiny. It's like, "Oh, I see something shiny, so instead of doing what I was supposed to be doing, like, and maintaining my relationship with my significant other, I want to go and do this now. And like I want to go and do that." Well, meanwhile, your relationship with the other person isn't doing so well, and then they're just like, well, because relationships take a lot of work, and a lot of people are just like, and I
Hey,
mean,
the marriage rate's been tanking for years. There's
I
more
know,
people that get divorced than get married. So, you
I
can
yeah.
you talk about it as if it's some gargantuan disappointment
no, I never said that
by
at
the
all.
masses.
No, what
People,
I
here's
said,
what I think. People have other options. You don't need to stay married. You can get your own job. You can start over. You're not going to hell if you get divorced. So you say, fuck it. Same reason you're not wearing the fucking 10-year-old shoes.
what
This
I, what,
fantasy, this Disney story told about getting married is a
oh,
fucking myth.
oh, it's not. Well, the thing
Yeah,
is,
you just kind of, yeah, it's like, oh yeah,
no,
all we got to do is like,
I've known,
go to a retreat and get
I've known,
brainwashed. Maybe we'll make
I've,
it another 10 years for the
no,
children.
I've known people who have stayed married for, 8,
Most don't.
right? And I always would ask them, right? Like, what is the key? Because that's all you do see is divorce. Like, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Like, it doesn't bother me if anybody gets divorced. I don't judge you or anything else. But I would
Most of
always,
the people are getting divorced.
right. Well, no, but this is what you're
So, I
not
mean,
listening.
how can this be bad?
You're not listening.
I am listening.
So I would always ask these couples because I always wanted that to happen, right? And I was
What,
like,
what to
no,
happen?
just to be with a person for my life.
Oh,
So so here's the deal. I would ask these couples, they're 80, 90 years old, they've
oh
been
yeah,
together.
wrong person to ask.
No, no, I would ask them advice. I would be like, I know
No,
it's
they
easy. Like,
forgot why they're together.
no, no, not at all. I would I
But
would ask them,
Michelle, the only thing I'm going to say is there's nothing wrong with wanting to do something different. See, that's the thing you have to get out of your head. I mean, if you want to do something,
I
and
never
let's say
I
you're,
never said I never said that divorce was
You know,
wrong or doing
no, but
something different was
Michelle's a
wrong.
Catholic, and she was brainwashed into this lifelong till death do we part bullshit.
No, no, the thing but I wanted to ask people. I wanted
Yeah,
to
let's
ask
ask him. Let's ask him.
Hey, is anybody on the chat? Has anyone been together for most of their lives with the same person?
Now, Mark, the smartest one of the whole bunch. Mark talks very highly of his significant other,
Yeah.
and they've been together, I don't know, like 30-something years or something.
Well,
But
bring Mark.
Mark, no, he's a bad example
Why?
because he was smart enough not to get married. He can tell her to hit the road tomorrow. She can't do shit.
Mm.
Mark isn't going to
Well,
lose half his piano and his house and his other junk, fishing equipment. He never got married.
I'm just saying, I've known people who have been married, and I would ask them, I'm like, so what's the key to staying married for so long? Like, what did you guys,
No
what
career
did
for the wife.
some of them were. No, you're right. That, like, people may let some of them that's what happened, but
Hey,
some
Jeff.
of them both of them had careers, and I was like, so how did you guys do it? Because I know it's not easy. Like I've been with, it's all I've been in long-term relationships. I know it's not easy. I'm like, well, what did you guys do? And most of them would just, well, a couple of them said, um, just say yes to her. And then a couple of them would tell me like communication goes a long way with staying together. Good
Michelle,
communication.
is this your first marriage?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's coming clear now.
How many times have you been married, Stephanie?
Oh,
Once.
I only did it once, Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I was in a couple long-term relationships. Almost got married. Almost did it again, and I'm sure as a hell glad I didn't because it didn't work out. Um, but oh, so
I just think it's
oh.
got a lot. There's too many variables.
Well,
Well,
I
Jeff thinks
watched
that people should be filled in their
my
own life.
parents, Michelle, were married 59 years. Okay, I
Wow.
watched I watched my parents. Uh, it got to the point. Let's see, they were okay. I was okay. I had to move in with my parents when I turned 50 because they needed help. Right. So I moved back in with my parents when I was 50, and that's where I saw they kind of they each did their own thing anymore. They really weren't a couple anymore. My dad did his thing with his mountain men stuff. My mom did her thing with us kids and her bingo. Um, but they stayed together. But they weren't like the people you see on Dr. Phil holding hands and having sex anymore.
That's a sham. That's a sham.
Yeah. So, but they stayed together. I suppose they probably figured, after this long and they were old, why would they even leave each other?
Yeah, if you'd
Um,
have made it another 20 years, Stephanie, you'd have probably stayed together.
oh, yeah, oh, probably. I mean, when you get up into your 70s, you're thinking, what the hell's the point? I'm not gonna, leave,
Yeah.
you know. So, um, I don't know how. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how you keep the flame lit when you're married almost 50, 60 years. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I change every year. I'm not the same person. So, if your spouse isn't changing with you, what's the point? You're
I
better off to be
I
by
think if you
yourself.
I think if you treat the other person with love and respect and you just do that, I think you're okay. I think,
No, yeah.
I don't
Then why
think
is there more divorces than marriage?
because this is why. I'll tell you why. Because people see something shiny, something new, something like,
Hey,
oh
Erica.
wow, but then to turn out the grass is never greener on the other side. So
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
is.
and then you're just stuck
No, it
with
ain't.
no, no, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It isn't because it's
Way
still a
greener.
person. Like you'll just be because you are who you are, and in your relationships, if you treated like I found this out too, like my exes, And a lot of the reasons why we aren't together is, you know, for some reasons,
That's it,
whatever.
Klaus. Bingo, Klaus.
And then I find out that they're the same way with their new girlfriends and everything, and it's not working out too great either. So, I mean, you are who you are. Some people are just better off alone. And that's true. Like, some people are just better off, like, just dating casually or whatever else. But, like,
Mhm.
some people are meant to be in long-term relationships, and some people, some people aren't better in relationships, and that's fine. That's fine for to each their own. Everyone's got a life to live.
Yeah. You hear that, Stephanie?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I've been by myself for a long time, and I don't know. I could never be happier. The thought of having some man move in here and start messing up my life. No, that does not sound appealing to me at all.
Do you do you think do you think you're better off alone then? Do
Oh
you think you
God,
just
Michelle.
yeah,
Yes.
I
You
mean,
you think I want to go through all that bullshit I went with men? Oh my God. You know what, Michelle? I gotta tell you this. This is so funny. I have never I have no problems when I'm by myself. Every time I got a boyfriend or a man in my life, there was something always going on. Some kind
Oh,
of freaking drama or some
I
kind of
feel bad for you.
bullshit. And it's like, no, I don't need that. What? So I don't even want sex anymore. I mean, so
well,
what the hell's
you're
the
gonna want it
point?
when you come down here. You're gonna want it when you come down and visit.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. That has to suck. But I know how you feel dealing with certain things I definitely can see your point of view there for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna see it a lot better when you're her age.
Mm.
See, you still got enough hormones firing that you're thinking chemically in a much different way than Stephanie.
Well, that's why if you stay with a person, when you get older and whatever, and that doesn't matter as much.
Right. But I've said all along, I think it's mainly hormone based.
No, okay, so you have a good point there. No, you definitely have a good point. But I also think that some people were just meant to be companions with somebody else. And I don't want to just say like marriage, right? So like yes, it's good to get married and whatnot, but like I think some people are better as a couple and some people are better by themselves. Just in general, better people. Like I think some people are better people with a partner and some people are just better by themselves.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and a lot of women they have this nesting home security. They have that feeling in them,
Can't
so
afford
they
to get divorced.
right. And so with a lot of women, it's a security thing. Oh, if I get a husband, I'm not going to have to worry about having a home. Or I'm going to be okay. There's still a lot of women that think that. Um, I never had to really think that way because I have always been, independent basically, even when I married my husband. I worked and but I think a lot of women stay in marriages just for a security thing. Hell,
Well,
I had a
like,
friend that there's no way she's going to ever leave her husband. He could do whatever she wants, and I know she would stay with him just
well, I know,
because she doesn't work and she can stay home and do nothing. I mean, you know.
Reasonable.
well, what I know is, the I know people who are older, are you guys' age, and I see how their relationships or their marriages still work out, and it's because one is still considerate of the other, even after all of these years and all of the stresses and being old and everything, and I see why it works. Like, I've gone over to their house, like, how they've interacted with each other and everything. And I mean, is it always easy sailing? It's not like holding hands all the time or anything, but I see why it works because you can tell that they still care about each other because it's the little things that they do for each other. Like it's not like big grand adventures, but like
tell her about your parents' divorces.
about my parents. Oh yeah, my parents have been divorced, like both of them, like a lot of times.
Like how many?
One it's 3. I think the other is like 5.
So why didn't they just fucking be nice to each other and respect each other? Stay married to the first ones.
They just couldn't do it.
Well, this is my point.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I know for one of them for a fact because I was there. So I mean, this isn't like hearsay or anything. If there is abuse going on, nowhere does it say that somebody has to tolerate abuse. And that could be emotional, that could be, it's not just physical. So everyone goes to abuse and they're like, oh, was somebody like hitting somebody or, whatever. But it's not always that. If somebody's even psychologically or emotionally not being there for the other person, that's a sign. Like, that's a good enough sign to get a divorce. And no one should have to tolerate that. And if the other person doesn't see that or care about the other person, obviously, then yeah, get a divorce. No one has to, no one, nowhere, even in the Bible, even in, if we want to talk about churches, by, everything, tolerates cruelty in a marriage or emotional abuse.
But I don't think that the majority of marriages is for either one of those. You get fucking tired of them.
No, well,
it's not a crime. It's not abuse.
Well, I know a lot of them.
Torture. You just get sick of them.
Which you might be true. It might be true, Tom. I'm not saying
it's not abusing them.
No, but I've seen it. I've seen it. I've been there. I've witnessed.
I know there's examples of that.
I've witnessed it. So if that's the case, then run. Then get where you need to go and leave. Because nowhere, even in the church, does it say that that is okay for even if you get sick of your spouse to treat them like shit. It doesn't say that anywhere.
No.
What you do
you
is
get
you leave.
sick of them. That kind of come along with it.
No. Well, the thing is, if you get sick of them, quote unquote, sick of them, then you leave. Then you say, see ya.
It's not that easy.
It is. It actually kind of is.
No, it actually kind of isn't.
It is.
Are you denying that there are tons of people that are married now that would love to get out of it, but they can't afford it?
You can do anything you put your mind to, Tom. And
that's a philosophy. That's not a reality.
That's a fact.
There's people
that
have kids in college and a house. They're both going to be living in studio apartments if they get divorced.
That's why my friend won't leave her husband. She would have nothing if she left her husband. Like I said, he can do whatever she wants and she'll never leave him.
Your sanity and how you're treated is more than a house, is more than your happiness.
It doesn't work that way.
Tell a 50-year-old woman that. No.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Dreaming.
I'd rather live in a cardboard box. I really don't care. I'm that type of person. Like, I am literally that type of person. Who I surround myself and how I'm treated is a reflection. And I don't care what house I get to go into or what kind of car, if
I know, but all I'm saying, Michelle, is, you're a 39-year-old, lovely woman. And when you're 50 or 60 years old woman, and you haven't worked and your husband treats you like shit, and you're going to leave and you're going to have nothing, the clothes on your back. You would still leave. No.
I've done it. I've done it. I've been in a relationship where
you did it, but that clock is ticking. There's a shelf life to you.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Kiss my ass. There's a shelf life to you too, Tom.
Yeah. No, there
Anyways,
What?
isn't.
Yeah, our shelf life is over, Michelle.
Yeah,
Our
thank
shelf
you.
yeah.
life
Thank you.
is expired, honey. It's
Yeah.
gone.
Tom's went
It's,
away like 10 years
it,
ago.
it's
Anyway,
kind of like we're lucky in a way, aren't we, Stephanie?
We are because you know,
nobody's
you got
nobody's shelf
one.
life is expired. You're still living. You still deserve to be loved and treated properly, no
No,
matter
but
what age
your
you are.
stock is going to majorly drop in about another.
Okay,
Let's see.
Tom. Okay. My stock.
Well,
Okay. Well,
Hey,
well,
I
I tell
say
you
that.
what. I tell you what, if someone's looking at it like that, I don't want to know you anyways. If somebody's looking
The
at
fuck
if
you
somebody
don't.
literally looks
No,
at
you
it like
got a hell of
that.
an no, you've got a hell of
oh
an
God.
advertising. No, you've got a hell of an advertising campaign going on now. You know how
I'll
you
ha-
tell me those guys come in there and flirt when you were filling up their dozen of donuts? Those days are going to be gone in about 10 years. It's going to
Oh
be
yeah.
completely different. Isn't
Yeah.
it, Stephanie?
Oh
and I don't
yeah. They won't
and I
even.
don't
They'll be offering to carry your groceries, and they'll be calling you ma'am. I mean, them days are gone now. Yeah.
I
But there
mean
is a difference, isn't there, Stephanie?
Yeah. There is.
And
Yeah.
wouldn't it be nice to see Michelle take advantage of her attributes for
Oh.
happiness?
Yes, and that's why I mean you have one life, and when you get close to know that your time is coming, then you look back and you think of all the bullshit and you think, "Oh my God, I should have done this, I should have done that, I shouldn't have gotten married, I should, and you look back and you think, "Oh, well, all you can do, all I do now is just make myself happy for myself. I don't,
Michelle's still in the driver's seat.
I think
oh
you
yeah,
need I think what you need to do though is
Who?
love yourself, right? And
oh
Uh,
yeah,
don't let anybody treat
uh,
you horribly. That
she
that's
doesn't.
that shouldn't be happening
Hey,
anyways.
nobody's fucking treating us horribly. We're in a
that's why
Because
room
you're
we're
not with
alone.
single.
anybody.
We're in a
So you don't
room
have to worry
alone.
about it.
I know that's why we're single, Michelle.
Right? You
Yeah,
don't have
and
to think about it because you're not with anybody. You
We
do
don't.
what you
no,
gotta
No.
do.
and
Amen. No, but here's
mhm,
you're not being with anybody now is temporary. You not being with anybody at 60 is permanent.
No, it's
exactly.
not. You could still find somebody.
No,
I've
you
known
won't be
people
able.
who have found. I've known people, Tom. I know them, and they found other people, and they are together, and it's working out, and it works out. So you having this negative spin
It's
on
not negative.
everything, it's in your head.
No, it isn't. It's in your head that it's not.
No, Michelle, it's not negative when you don't want to. It's people always think that people who are alone are lonely, and that's not true, honey, at all. The loneliness, if I get lonely, you know what I do? I get a hold of the kids, and that's what makes me happy. Um uh Tom and I, yeah, we could sign up for seniors.com, try to meet some old man or some old lady. What the fuck do we want to do that for? Have some another old person come into our lives with all their problems and their bullshit and their sicknesses? No, I'm
When
not taking
Stephanie,
care of some old man. No.
no, no, when Stephanie's boyfriend got COVID, my girlfriend got COVID. We both secretly crossed our fingers.
Oh God, that's right. Oh Lordy. Oh
Stephanie
my.
called one night crying and said, "I think he's going to live."
Oh God, I put a pillow over his head. I give him a shot of my insulin.
And then make Michelle happy and give him a kiss on the cheek as he quits breathing.
Oh God. You're
Hell yeah, we're here to help. Yeah. Oh yeah, Michelle can just go in there and grasp their hand, weep.
Oh God.
We're trying to
Oh
get
my
you.
God.
We're trying to bring you into the real world. Quit fighting it.
If
Yeah.
you,
I mean,
uh,
I
We're
did.
as close as to fortune teller as you're ever going to get.
I know. I wish young people would listen to us old people, Tom. We've been through it. Jesus. Oh my
well,
God.
I know my parents.
Oh,
They're both been in their last marriages for like 15 to 20 years now. Well, actually, my mother, it's more like almost 30. And I've seen them. They've gone through their tough times, but then when I see them doing fun things together and being there for each other, it through illnesses and everything else, it's kind of like, I don't know, it can work even later in life.
yeah, it's slim
Oh,
chances. Yeah, but the one
yeah.
main thing, like we talk about, if you're lonely, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
You're making it sound like the relationships that you know of and people at that age are the same way as when they were 30, and it's not. It's for totally different reasons. It's much different. By the time you're like 60, 70, and they're holding hands and walking on the beach and all that bullshit, it's not the same reasons they were holding hands and walking on the beach at 30. If they survived it and they're doing that, great. But if you're
Oh
a
no.
lonely person, you're going to do a lot of shit like that you wouldn't do otherwise.
Right.
That's what
It's not the same. No.
no. But I
Well,
I
think the
think.
just like you
loneliness thing
guys
will
said, you
really
know,
reel you in.
you guys are okay with being alone, and that's fine. That's, if you're happy, freaking live it up, man. Do your thing, whatever. But honestly, I wouldn't mind growing old with somebody and helping them through their tough times in their older age and trying to make the best out of it.
Right. And
So,
Michelle,
But
there's nothing
but
wrong with that.
no, but haven't you had opportunities to do that?
to do what?
To do that with other people.
To do what with
Prior
other people?
relationships.
Have relationships with other people?
No, you had long-term relationships with other people, didn't you?
Yeah, and I'm still
Couldn't
married.
you have done that then with the other
Um,
people?
so it was abuse, and I don't tolerate it. I'm sorry. You start treating me poorly, that's when I cut you off, and I don't care how it looks, but I don't tolerate that. Some people are okay with it. I don't tolerate it.
You don't take any of the responsibility for that?
No.
No, I mean
I do not. You
you
treat
sell
me.
it. You
You
sell
treat.
it like all of a sudden
No.
someday somebody just started abusing you for no reason.
No, abuse is never tolerated. No, sorry. Sorry.
Well, no, but
No
what
one
I
deserves
mean,
it. Sorry.
no, but you
Especially from
weren't
their
married.
significant other.
You weren't married then. Now, what if it? Now you're married. Okay. What if you guys start having trouble like that? What are you gonna? Are you going to work on
Leave.
it, or
Leave. I don't
because you're
tolerate. I told you.
married?
I don't. There's only so much abuse anyone can tolerate. Like, and
Yeah, but
no one
you're
deserves it.
acting like they just started abusing you the way you describe it for no reason.
Yeah. Oh, they have their reasons because they're jackasses. That's the reason.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It is. Yeah.
So all the problems were because of them, nothing you did.
Once it gets to a level of abuse, that's not acceptable. Sorry. If you don't want to be with me, there's the door. But don't stick around and tear me down and make me feel like, whatever. And that's not cool. Not cool. I'll live in a box. I don't care. Like, I refuse. And
So
no one
now that
deserves and no one deserves that kind of behavior towards them, especially from somebody who's supposed to love them and care about them. No one deserves that. So I don't care if, you did something wrong, that they can't forgive you for, then you leave.
So now,
But
if that happened now in your marriage, what would you do because you're married to him? Oh,
divorce.
okay.
Oh,
See
okay.
ya. Next.
Right.
Yeah, no, I
Oh,
don't think.
no, I understand that. Yeah.
Do you think
Yeah, I left
abuse?
something on the kitchen counter. Yeah, please start treating me like shit. Like, no, nothing was acceptable for abuse, and nobody deserves to get treated with abuse. You can have your disagreements, you can talk it out, but to go around and talk poorly, about somebody and still be with them and still put them through, suffering, pain, getting treated like nothing, like dirt, when they're supposed to be your significant other, is not okay. It's not okay in the church. And nobody, I want here, actually, I want to put like a domestic abuse like hotline on here. No one deserves to be, and I'm not just saying physical either.
Do you think any of this could have had anything to do with you making bad choices to begin with?
Sure. Don't deserve to get abused for it. Sorry.
Can you differentiate between abuse and a heated argument?
Like when you start calling the other person names when you're not there for them when they need you, and you're just like, well, basically fuck you anyways.
Like, what do you mean there
Just
for them when they need you? I mean, you're not a baby.
emotional support. See, this is what happens when you are with somebody, and if you're married, one of their marriage responsibilities is to emotionally be there for the other person. Now, if you don't want to do that, don't be with
I
somebody.
do it the first 6 months.
Right. Well, to be in a marriage, you should do it the whole marriage. And if you don't, then don't get married, then don't be with the person, but don't torture don't. No, I've seen it many times and everything else, and no one deserves to get treated really poorly. And I'm sorry, you don't. It's not
Hey, Jeannie.
cool. Nobody gets this feeling in themselves. If what happened behind closed doors in most marriages and stuff happened in public, someone would probably call the cops, or like something would happen. So it shouldn't be acceptable in your house. It shouldn't be acceptable in a social area. Like, people don't like to see it. Like, if I was out with a group of friends and the husband's like downing the wife and the wife's getting upset and everything else, it's not cool. Not cool.
Yeah. Do you think you ever abused your significant other?
I've had to defend myself.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you abused them.
Sure.
Okay, so you did it too.
Yeah.
Okay. But did
Sure
you do
have.
it? Did you do it because they did it first?
Yeah. I had to do it to defend myself.
Yeah, covert abuse. Yeah, you're probably right about that.
But no,
Yeah, I think that's right.
nobody should feel like they're stuck in a relationship where they're getting any kind of mistreatment or not handled properly.
But I don't think not getting along is not necessarily an abuse.
Well, it depends on what they're saying and doing to each other. If not getting along means you just treating them horribly, then I mean, you're not really being emotionally there for the person. You're just being an asshole to the person.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what a healthy relationship looks like or even is, but that's not healthy. That's not a good relationship. If you guys are, if one or the other is making the other feel horrible on a long-term basis and is just neglecting their duties in a marriage and everything else,
Okay, then how
then,
about this? How many healthy relationships have you had?
I've had a couple, like when I was younger, I had a couple. It didn't work out because I just wanted to do my own thing, but they weren't bad people.
Okay.
No, not all of them ended up like, the reason why we split up was because of abuse or anything, but I have split up from men who were abusive. And it's
Yeah.
not cool. It's not cool. No one gets the big man award for treating their wife or others you know, like a piece of shit. It doesn't look good on you.
Right.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying everyone's perfect and everything else, but it's like if it gets to that point, then just leave the other person where you literally can't stand them
But I
that
mean,
much.
wouldn't you agree that plenty of people get divorced even with a lack of abuse?
I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure it's not
All
even.
right.
I'm sure there's probably people who get divorced for other reasons, But I mean, like, abuse definitely isn't tolerated. Like, it shouldn't be happening.
No, I agree. I'm with you. I think that's true. Stephanie,
Yes.
is that your phone again?
Yes, I plugged in the vibrating phone again.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people. I guess I don't know of anybody. Of course, I don't know the whole story. That where I was friends with both the husband and the wife, and they just, decided to move on. But I don't think there was any abuse. They never said there was.
Well, that's good. That's good then. Then that means it didn't get to that level. You know what I mean? They just ended it. They knew it wasn't going anywhere and it wasn't going in a good place. That's usually what ends up happening with divorces, is they know that their marriage isn't going in a good place, and usually it
Yeah,
stems
but doesn't
from.
more divorces than marriages ring any kind of bell with you?
Yeah, people are selfish and they just want to do whatever the fuck they want all the time and not give a shit about another person.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle, that's why I'm single, because I don't want to give a shit about another person. I mean, I'm sorry. That's
That's
yeah,
fine.
yeah,
No, you got a life to live, but like
right,
that's why
right.
it's too much work
It
for
is,
some
honey.
people.
That 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 is it. It's too much work. Especially people like me and Tom and I, our age. It's too much work to go through. When I was younger, yeah, you get into relationships, you try to make it work, you try to do this and that. And when you get older, the energy is gone. It's like, no, I don't want to go through that again. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's good to know yourself though too, so that way you're not stuck in a situation that would turn out bad.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Now, Jabo says she has lots of younger male friends, and they say they get bored with their girlfriends, and that's why they move on. Does that seem reasonable to you, Michelle?
Oh yeah, like please. Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. Everybody's A lot of people, especially in their younger years, and me this I'm not saying I'm any different. They're just looking for that next new shiny thing. Instead of fostering and caring for what they already have, they're like, "Oh wait, this might be better over here," or maybe I can get some more opportunities if I date this person, or maybe my life might be better if she's prettier, like whatever else. But the fact of the matter is, when all is said and done, if you can make it with somebody through the good times and the bad times, it'll be worth it at the end. You still have that other person and they're still there, and you have that comfort of that person that you've shared so many life experiences with.
Do you have
But
many
that's,
examples of this?
I can bring up a couple. I don't know, maybe I could find, well, I mean, like my mother and her
That's a bad
significant other.
example.
Why? They've been together for almost 30 years.
She's been married 3 times, and they're not married.
Okay, so they're not married, but they've been together for 30 years. I
Right.
mean, that's a big chunk of time.
Yeah, but it's not, we're talking married.
Well, I tell you what, I know people who have been married for a long time, and maybe we could get them up here. They could discuss if they want, if
Yeah,
they
get some
choose
up
so.
here.
If they choose so.
You got
Some
any you can
people,
think of right off the cuff?
yeah, but I don't know if they would come on. They're not on YouTube and they're older. They're not really YouTube savvy, but maybe I could see if they'd want to. But it happens. I mean, like, it, Erica. So Erica E, it's give and take. My husband isn't emotionally available every day, and neither am I. That's not abuse. No, that's not abuse if you're not, but you should be emotionally available for your other person.
Have a fun sex life? Yeah, I'd say it's important.
Oh, sex is sure. That's
Not
important.
now, is it, Steph?
Oh God.
He's like,
Please don't even bring up the 9 inches, okay? I don't want to hear about that or the G spot.
Stephanie doesn't even want to hear it, okay? She doesn't even want to hear about 9 inches or anything, okay? I'll blame you, Stephanie.
All the
I'll
marriage
probably
part
be there
is
too.
like, all the marriage part is a it's the civil contract and the stamp of approval that it's worked.
Well, the thing is it's like with any partnership, right? So if you've had friends for a long time, like like good friends, or you have co-working relationships and everything else, like it's work. It's not, you're right. It's not this Disney fairy tale, like everything just always falls into place and everything's perfect every day. And you're right. I mean, I've been in a long-term relationship living with somebody knowing that that's not how it works. But if it turns to a certain degree, then no one should stay in that
If 2 people
environment.
are living together for 30 years, then what is the difference between being married or not?
I mean, somebody went to a church and somebody didn't go to a church. Oh,
No, I'm talking about like couples like your mom. Is there a difference in their relationship compared to if they were legally married?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, we're all human. Everybody has different relationships with their other partners. So, I mean, everything works differently. Like, no one's this cookie cutter. No relationship that I've seen with people has been like this cookie cutter, like, the man goes to work and the woman takes care of the kids, or it's usually like a whole different dynamic for each couple, and everybody's different. So, I mean, to sit here and like say, um, is it different or is it the same? I mean, it just is what it is. What it boils down to is like, I mean, my grandparents lived next door to each other. Then they still stayed married. And they didn't even live in the same house. They lived next door to each other, and
Well,
it
I
worked.
can see I could stay married then.
It worked. They stayed married until she died, and then he lived a few more years, and he died. I mean,
Yeah.
so I mean, everybody does things. Everybody's so different that it's hard for me to sit here and say that it's all the same. But what it comes down to is if you can get over the bad times, because you're going to go through them. If you've been together long enough, you're going to go through times where your relationship's going to get tested, and it's going to get tested by other people. It's going to get tested by the other sex. It's going to get tested by, the other person even.
Yeah.
But really, we're all just humans. It's
Yeah.
really all the same.
You hear that, Stephanie?
Yeah. I do, Tom. But yeah, I think back, when you're younger, you're a lot stronger too. And I
Yeah.
think, yeah, and and then people with children, that's a big factor.
Oh
I think
yeah.
right there
Oh
on
yeah, that is.
keeping marriages together. Now, if I could ever have had kids, and Tom and I were together, and we had kids, maybe I would have said, well, let's but we did go to a marriage counselor. We did do that because we cared enough about each other, but we were just so different. It just wasn't working. But I
What was
think
the
kids.
difference? What was the difference between, like, what would you say was the
I'll be right
difference
back. I'm
that you
going to
could have
change the
did?
batteries in my camera.
Like,
Okay.
what was that difference? Was it like, what was the problem that was
Well,
just like, I just can't anymore, which is fine because there was
right, yeah.
legit reasons.
Well, like I said, from 16 to 30, I changed completely. My values were different than his. We didn't have interest together anymore, Michelle. Um,
Hmm.
the only thing that we did together that we both liked was camping. Um,
Okay.
and we did do that a lot. Um, I worked during the day. He worked graveyard shifts, so we barely ever saw each other. When he came home in the morning, I was going to work. When I came home from work, he was leaving for work. Um, so we kind of just, kind of went
Grew
off and
apart.
did our own thing. Yeah. So, yeah.
That
Um,
happens. Oh.
I suppose if, we would have changed jobs, had kids, everything might have been different. I don't know. But we did try to go to marriage counseling, to see, but yeah, we just really weren't compatible anymore. And, that happens. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Um,
Oh
you know,
no.
10 years from now, well, praise to God, I'm still here. I'll probably be an entirely different person because you're changing all the time. Um, the older you get, you look at things differently when you were younger. Um, so
Sure.
I used to be very materialistic, keep up the Joneses type I was. Now I sit here and I think, you know what? It doesn't matter what I have, as long as I wake up in the morning, I don't care. So when you get older, yeah, things are different, so much different. uh, 10 years from now, you'll be different too. You'll be looking at things differently. And hopefully you and your husband will still be compatible. And I hope you are.
Well,
Um,
I think the thing is even with compatibility, because the thing is, it's more like how you treat the other person. If you still treat them like you did when you first got with them, and if you can still be like that towards them, there shouldn't be a problem. But I think it's when, like what you said, you guys drifted apart. Like he was working one shift, you were working another. You guys didn't have kids to help ground you and anchor you in your relationship. And it was just kind of like, well, you know, is this really happening? Were you guys still spending time together at all, or no, towards the end? Was it just like
no,
hi and bye?
well, the problem was, yeah, we never really saw each other, Michelle. I had different days off. He had different days off. If we ever did have a weekend to go camping, one of us would have to take off work. Um, and nowadays, it's probably even harder for couples, to get time off work. And I mean, it was hard for us back then. I can imagine nowadays. And if you can make that time to do things together, yes, I think that would help a lot. Um,
Yeah, so it was probably a combination of things, but it was nothing like severe. Like you weren't getting abused or he
oh
wasn't
God,
getting
no,
abused or
no, no. We never had that. I've never, my sister's first marriage, she had mental abuse with her husband. He's the father of my nephew. And so she divorced him, and then she met Sarah's father, uh, my niece's father, and he was mentally abusive to her too. And so I know a little bit about that through my sister. And then she met her third husband, and they've been together now 18 years. So she found some, so I know a little bit about that abuse. No woman should ever put up with that. I mean, especially mental abuse. I mean, that can be as bad as physical. I mean, that can, to this day, my sister still carries things that mentally being abused by her husband. She still carries things like she doesn't look good enough or she's too fat. She still, harbors that from, being mentally abused.
right. And you
Um,
don't think that she deserved any of that, right? Like
oh, dear
that's not
God,
something
Might
you
have.
deserve.
no.
Might have.
No.
She could have some of it. Well,
No,
here's an
not at
example.
all.
You say this like, first of all, these people aren't here to defend themselves. And then you say it's abuse. So a guy's married. He's working his ass off. The kids are a mess. The laundry's not done. Fucking dinner's never cooked. The goddamn, she's getting cards and flowers from guys she worked with. Not worth a fuck as a wife. So you get in her ass about it. And you guys are calling it abuse. Because she's not holding up any part of the marriage and having children.
Then you
That's
end
not
it. You
abuse.
don't sit there. You don't sit there if it comes to an
She's
end,
doing
right?
nothing.
Right. So then you end it. So then you
No,
end
it's
it for
not
your
that
own
easy.
happiness, but you don't stick around and you don't give it to her.
No,
You
it's
don't
not
give
that
it back
easy. But
to her.
if they get in an argument, he tells her the truth. That's not abuse.
If it's
Well,
consistent,
Tom,
you're
abuse is
supposed to bring up each
abuse
other, not tear each other down.
She's
when
not doing
when
anything.
oh no,
He,
Tom, with my sister it wasn't
no,
like that at
no.
all.
Okay, no.
When
I'm
she
not
left, no,
saying your sister.
listen. When she left her husband, the last thing he did to her was squeezed her face in the mirror and said, "Look how ugly you are."
Oh my
That's when
God.
that's when she finally said, "Fuck you, I'm leaving," and she left my nephew's father.
Your poor
No,
sister.
yeah,
I've
no,
had to deal with that.
yeah,
I've had to deal with that.
that is abuse right there.
No, I
Yeah,
know, but I'm just saying
And
that.
cruel.
I'm
yeah.
just saying that this is
No,
so.
I know what side you're coming from, Tom. There's so much of that. I'm just so thankful I never had to deal with any kind of abuse in my life ever from a man ever. I didn't
I'm
have to deal with
I'm
it.
happy for you too, Stephanie, because for some
Yeah,
reason I've had to deal with it. But I'm
yeah.
so
I
glad
am
if you've
so
never had
lucky.
to.
No, never, never. In fact, I maybe was the abuser sometimes.
Oh jeez.
Well, hey, don't feel bad because even Michelle admitted to abusing sometimes.
Well,
Oh,
I've done it. I've smacked ex-boyfriends before for looking at other women and everything else. Like, well, this is what I tell you. You if you're with
Okay.
somebody and actually they thanked me for it afterwards because actually it actually turned out to be a good thing for them later on in life because those women that they were looking at ended up being drug addicts, die, like also weren't good for them anyways. But men are stupid sometimes and they see another pretty thing walking around and it's like know what you have, cherish what you have, and you should be good. Like I never sat there and like tore down any of my boyfriends. I would never told them that they were ugly, that, you know, they needed to, lose some weight or anything else. There's a point when it's like, when if you have a concern, and there's been concerns in my relationships where the other person kind of, I knew something was wrong. They turned to like drugs or alcohol, and I had the conversation with them. Having a conversation with your other person about what's going on, what's not working, what's working is one thing. But when it comes to like name calling, just being aggressive, overly aggressive all the time, not giving a shit about the other person, checking out of the relationship, that's different.
Hey, there's plenty of guys that left their wife too and upgraded in a grand fashion. They're acting like it was all a lost ship.
You don't know, Tom. You're
You
like
don't either.
speculating.
So are
No,
you.
I do know. I do, because I've been there. I'm talking about real things I've experienced.
Yeah, I know real people that upgraded.
What's up, gang?
You don't know that. Oh,
Yeah, I
I
do.
upgraded because I married somebody that had more money. Like, what was the upgrade?
No, they were better people. They were happier, and they did the right thing.
What's the right thing?
Upgraded, better looking, better job, better personality, better keeping a house intact, better mothers, better sex positions.
Oh,
Better
geez.
lovers.
Yeah. All sorts of shit. You're acting like, this is some big, giant, huge mistake everybody meets and that it's got to be abuse. No, some guys, you get out in life, you see what the world's like, and you start thinking to yourself, what in the hell did I ever marry her for? And you find better and you move on.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
No abuse,
some
no
women
nothing.
too feel the way about their husbands.
No, it's true. It's true. But every person moving on isn't the disaster you paint it to be.
I never painted moving on to be a disaster, but I think a lot of people.
No, but you're wanting everybody to run around, skip through the
think-
tulips, and like have toothpaste smiles at each other 24/7.
No, but you're painting the
You're
picture that
fucking nuts.
you're painting the picture if you
You're
stay with
nuts.
somebody most of your life, then you're an asshole. That basically you're not real. Like, it's probably miserable, and that's not the case either. That's not. It's not. You want people to come up here to prove it. So like, you're painting the picture that staying with somebody for the majority of your life is a bad thing.
No, I'm not.
That it's not normal, and it actually
No,
is normal.
I think it's like winning a scratch off. Like, unless you have a crystal ball, you don't really know what you're in for. Neither do they. I mean, it works both ways. But you're given an example of a very, very slim piece of the pie that's hardly around everywhere. You, me, Stephanie, your parents, and 95% of the other people you cross paths with. You're living a pipe dream.
I tell you what, like, it's basically.
You act like it's just like you just go get a 10-page book and you write down, when your husband like fucks up royally, you just give him a big hug and say, that's okay. You're supporting him, even though he's being a total dick. And you don't cook. Laundry's 10 feet tall. He gets in your ass. Come on a chat and you say you were abused. I mean, there's a lot of variables is my point.
But nobody
if you brought 100 people on here, there were 80.
Nobody comes on a chat saying that they're abused because their laundry's bad and then their husband wasn't or wife wasn't like supportive.
I'm saying that there are people that come on chats that talk about being abused that weren't upholding their part of the relationship, which started the argument to begin with.
Maybe.
Yeah, and I'm not saying there isn't legitimate abuse out there too. But I mean, if we took away everything you said, everything I said, and everything Stephanie said, there's still more people getting divorced than married. Why? You act like it's a new shiny object. It's not quite like that. That may work when you're young or you're in high school or in college, but you're not like, this isn't that easy when you get older. You get in deep. That's why Forensic Files is on. all these other murder shows. They're trying to get rid of these damn wives, and they're trying to kill their husbands because they're in so deep that just deciding to move on isn't really plausible.
I
So they
think
do stupid, crazy shit. And they commit murders and get caught.
I think the thing is if you're a solid person yourself and you have a good foundation with somebody, whether it's children or something to anchor you to the other person, I think you can stay married. But I think if you're young, you still haven't really experienced life that much yet. You don't even know who you really are as a person or stuff like that. Yeah, that can definitely lead to you going somewhere else and doing something else with somebody, you know.
Yeah. Now, Erica says 18 years in the sex is better than ever. I mean,
Hey,
congratulations, by the way.
yeah.
Congratulations. But, I I just can't fathom that. Personally.
I think, well, like what you said, Todd, earlier, is there's a lot of
Shut up, baby.
variables. There's a lot of variables that could happen in a relationship. So if you have, let's say you have 5 kids together, right? Are you going to be thinking about
Okay. No,
sex? Are you
no,
going to be thinking,
because I will have killed myself.
right? Well, how do you think the woman might feel too? The woman's probably hiding in the closet crying because she has like freaking 4 babies screaming and trying to keep up with the house. And if she has a job too, there's that too. So you're going to be like, freaking, I just want to go to bed. You're going to be so exhausted. So, but then like if you don't have a lot of kids together,
No,
and
I'll admit I'm a terrible person to have a relationship with as a romantic relationship. It's the worst. I'll
yeah.
admit to that. But I'm talking about just what I've experienced through people that I know and just simple statistics.
Well, they
It's
say,
like, it isn't like,
what is it? It's 50-50, right?
no, divorces are edge and lack of marriages, by the way. Lack of them. It's just not what it used to be. I mean, look at the
Right.
data out there. It's crazy. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it's happening. And if everything you said was true, it will make you wonder why on such a large scale. I mean, it isn't just your friends. It isn't just mine. It's like all across the country, And you just wonder if it's, societal pressures, it's the old joke with women, be careful what you wish for. And that is that, now you're not only having the children, you're working full time.
Yeah, but I want to say something here. It never said, like even in the Bible or whatever else, that the women solely had to take care of the children either. It was always supposed to be
No, that's
both
true.
duties.
No, but the Bible does say that women are to submit to men.
Yeah, in a healthy marriage. If a man is a true
But it's
man,
still submitting.
it won't even be, and the man's supposed to listen to the woman too. I don't think you grabbed that either out of the Bible.
I didn't count on the Bible for anything. I didn't use that as my benchmark for whether or not I was going to stay married or whether or not it would be good or bad. I just threw it in the trash.
Well, Tom, you even admitted you and your wife weren't together for how long? Weren't even living in the same state. I mean, that's not really,
God bless.
Right. So you guys really weren't kind of married, quote unquote, married.
No, I lived with her for, let me think about this, for 12 years, and I didn't live with her for 25. Yeah.
I mean, and you had other relationships and she had other relationships too. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, let's just go with the 12 that I lived with her then. You feel better?
Okay.
That was right around Stephanie's run.
Yeah.
Right, Steph?
Yeah.
I think it gave me a good shot at, at least a test into what marriages was like. That's longer than you ever been married.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
Michelle.
Oh yeah, I mean, but we've been together for 17, living together for 16 years, so it is what it is. Just officially married, so.
Yeah, but you still haven't given me a clear-cut answer on what the difference is in living together and being officially married. There's a difference, which is why your ma's not married. What is it?
When you're married, and it depends on each person. So some people value marriage a lot higher than just living together because you have that commitment. You made that commitment in front of your friends and family. Both of you guys put effort into planning the wedding. That takes time, that takes effort, that takes commitment. And then you sit there in front of everybody and say your vows, and it's official. It makes it official where like anybody can move in with somebody because they don't have money, and like somebody wants to take them in and like whatever
So
else.
you're
But
saying that's why your mom's not married?
yeah,
Even though they could go down to the courthouse.
they have an official paper. It's called domestic partnership.
Yeah, I don't know what that means exactly.
It beats me. I didn't look it up or anything, but there's some kind of certificate
Yeah,
or
that's
whatever.
not legal though. It's not a legal document, Michelle.
It's legal. They had to go to the courthouse. It's legal.
Yeah, I know, but I wonder what it entails.
I think basically what it is the other
Like
person
life
still
support or something?
with life support, and the other person can receive the other person's benefits, like medical benefits, like if the
Yeah,
other person.
is that possible?
It is. Oh yeah, it is. Actually, when I went to go, I looked into it before with my job at one point, and this was years back. I asked them, I said, and what they told me
No,
is
common law is not recognized anywhere.
no, it's
No,
not.
common law. There is no common law.
Not
No.
recognized anywhere.
So this is what they told me. I asked about 10 years ago,
I
right?
bet it's just life support. They're not getting their benefits. Bullshit.
No, they are. They're getting their medical benefits and everything. It's basically the same rights, almost the same rights as a married
What do you mean
couple.
almost? What's lacking?
Religion.
No, bullshit. What do they call
No,
this thing?
see, there's no
Look
laws
it up.
for almost
Look
married.
it up.
There's no law for
What do
people
they call this
claiming.
bullshit?
Look it up. I know
What do they
nothing.
call it?
No, I've looked it up before, but I'll do it again. But there is no almost married. There is no law.
She called this something. She had a name for it. What is it? What'd you say it
Domestic
is?
partnership.
No, it is
My
New York.
daughter's- My daughter's neighbor, they weren't married. They're obviously a couple. She works for some divorce attorney. And when they split up, there was some common law type marriage thing when she cleaned his ass out.
No, there is no common law.
I think
But this says it's a legal relationship permitted under the laws in the state and the city of New York for couples that have a close and committed personal relationship. I'm going to see what qualifies. Oh, here's the big one right here. If you can get benefits and stuff. Now I know why she didn't do it. Can I put my domestic partner on my health insurance? Does not prohibit coverage of domestic partners. You know what I think it is? I think it's like meant for gays, but they let straights do it.
this is where I was going. You didn't let me finish.
You didn't mention it.
No, I was trying to talk, but you keep on talking
No,
over
you
me.
kept interrupting me. Go ahead.
Anyways,
Quit doing it.
about 10 years ago, I looked into getting that because I wanted to save money and go on my husband, well, he wasn't my husband at the time, his medical benefits. So when I called up personnel and told them about that, I'm like, well, what if we get like a domestic partnership thing? And they said, we only value that if you're gay.
Okay, then
They
all right now.
only
I believe
they
this.
only accept it, but that was one company, so I don't know if different companies, but they only look at that legally as if you're a gay couple, but I don't know if that's changed either, because now
Yeah.
gay couples, you can get married. That was before, when gay couples weren't allowed to get married.
Right.
So,
Yeah, New York. I mean, like Stephanie, I would be with Stephanie until you bring up New York or California, then all the bets are off.
What?
No, I would agree with Stephanie until you bring up California and New York, and then I got to say I'll have to check this out. So it's too
Yeah, I'm
crazy.
going to check it out because, as far as I know, there's no common law marriage, and there's no courts that people living together. Um, there's that if you're just living with somebody, you can just take off and take whatever you want. You're not entitled to anything from that other person. But I will investigate, and the next slide, Tom, I will have the info on that.
No, I think she's right. I think it was meant for gays, but straights are taking advantage of it.
right.
When you
I
say
think
there's
that's
no
what it.
common law marriage, I mean, where does the word common law marriage come from?
It came from when it was used. If you lived together in certain states for 7 years, it was considered a marriage.
Okay, but those have all gone away since.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
okay.
yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, why not just get married? That's a good point. According to Michelle,
People,
it's because you got to plan the wedding and all this and that, and which isn't quite. You could just go down to the justice of the peace.
oh yeah, you could always do that. Yeah.
No, I
Or
just wonder why.
Go
I
to
mean,
Vegas and walk into any of these resorts, and there's somebody there that can marry you.
Yeah, but I know quite a few people that like live together forever. Honestly, every example I know of, though, the woman just wasn't going to put up with it long term. It's like she said, either we get married or I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you won't. Yeah, if he left you, you would get nothing if you're not married.
I don't think it's like that, though. And see, I'm wondering if, though, I still think you probably can lose certain things. I think that your mom could get his benefits. She could do that. But I think if, let's say, he got killed in a car accident, I don't think she could sue like you could if it was a lawful marriage and that she lost her husband. I think it's limited, which is why there's a difference. But I'll have to check into it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if,
Because if that was true, why don't they just get rid of the whole fucking thing, other than the Catholics, and just do that? Yeah, tax benefits, insurance too. I wonder if they can file joint income tax. I doubt it.
I'm not sure about that. Um, I'm not sure. Not on that question. I
He
don't
says
know.
Virginia says, "What do you mean partially recognizes common law marriages? In what way? Common law marriage, also known as marriage without formalities, is a valid legal way for a couple to marry, but they're still getting married for a couple to marry. But see, that's not like the common law, I don't think, of people that had just lived together and then
So,
something happens to one of the spouses and it
so
makes a lawsuit go out the window.
here's the deal. I couldn't get my, if that's the case, if that's really true, then somebody was wrong in telling me that before I couldn't be on his policy because we weren't married. So,
How long ago did you ask that, though?
um, about 10 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but according to that, it says you can be. But I wouldn't doubt 10 years ago that you couldn't be. I mean, I think Starbucks was spearheaded that stuff, you know. Pennsylvania state court records. I'll have to check that out. I just like that people are together and others say stuff like, so when are you getting married? Yeah, it's true. Texas law does not require the couple to be together for a specific period of time before they can declare themselves to be in a common law marriage. That's interesting. Yeah, I should have thought of Texas too.
I
I
think
mean,
it depends on what
they're
state you
super
live in.
anti-gay. I mean, they're still hanging blacks down there for shoplifting.
I mean, I
Texas,
think
Texas
it's
has some wild laws. Well, you can shoot
they
somebody.
do. Texas is
yard.
crazy. Florida's kind
Florida,
of
you
like that
can
with that
too.
stand your ground shit.
Stand your ground, yeah, stand your ground law. Don't get on someone's property, man. They could shoot
Yeah,
you.
that's right. If someone's breaking in your neighbor's house,
Yeah,
and they
we
have
have
What do you
we
have to
have
do?
that in
breaking into your
Washington.
neighbor's house, you can shoot them dead.
Yeah, stand your ground is we have that in Washington. I could shoot some son of a bitch coming through my front door.
You think you could do it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
Tom, I always sit here. I got my weapon right by me. Oh yeah, I would never have a home without a weapon
But
ever.
you could stone cold blast somebody, huh?
Mm-hmm. If I
He's a
felt,
I
oh
fiend.
well, honey, if I felt threatened, you bet. No, I've been brought up with uh, weapons my whole life to protect your house, and we've had a lot of stuff going on around here too lately. It's been horrible. But yeah, somebody trying to break down my front door, you bet. If you feel threatened,
I
yeah.
have I have a friend well, he's just south of Atlanta, and I guess the thing around that area right now is somebody comes knocking on your door with a pizza box in their hand and saying, "Hey, a pizza delivery." And you open
Oh
up the door and
yeah,
say, "Hey, I didn't order a pizza," and they come barge in your house and hold you at gunpoint and shake you down, take everything you got.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
well,
he said somebody was beating on his door, and he got notification on his camera. He was working in a shop, and so he come around the corner of the house with his pistol on it, to his back, but he kind of had his shoulder forward, and he had his pistol on his back, and this guy's holding a pizza. This guy said, "Yo, you order pizza?" And he says, "I don't think so." He says, "But I suggest you get on out of here, and whatnot." And the guy that was holding the pizza box probably had a pretty good suspicion that obviously he was holding a gun on his back, and he got out of there. But he says, "Man, if that guy would have pulled a gun on me," he said, "I probably would have fainted." He says, "I don't even know if I would have been able to shoot the guy, but golly."
Right. Well, yeah, most of the times I think if you just show it, I think somebody would be scared and run off. I mean, but
These days,
yeah,
these
that's
people
why
ain't got no scruples.
yeah, that's why you can't open, because I'm an old lady. If I open the door, they could easily push me down and come into my house. Um, so you have to be really careful on opening your door. I have had uh, a few times somebody knock on my door late at night, and I just
Was it
didn't
Tom?
answer. Yeah, yeah, it was Tom, and I
Yeah.
knew.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah, I
was
was
trying
nude.
to.
I was nude,
Yeah,
so she opened it.
Yeah.
yeah, with yeah, with
He
yeah,
came in through the
with
window head
nine
first, right?
inches.
Yeah. Yeah.
He,
Hey, I
he's
just
got
looked
that.
this up.
He's
It's
got that certain knock
recognized
he
in
does.
these states: Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, New Mexico, Montana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, but only in Pennsylvania if it was formed prior to January 1st, 2005.
what's
South
that?
Carolina, Texas, and Utah. See, New York came up with their own thing, domestic partner.
So
Ah,
that was common law. You said that was the
Yeah, the
states
following
for common.
states allow common law marriage: Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, New Mexico, Montana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, only if it was performed prior to January 1st, 2005, South Carolina, Texas, and Utah. I'm
Okay.
Really,
surprised this place like South Carolina. That's another Bible Belt.
my uncle
Yeah.
passed away, and his girlfriend was trying to holler common law marriage, and my grandma got an attorney kind of involved because he passed away without a will or
No, that's a
anything.
problem. It's a
And
problem.
and the girlfriend was like trying to claim common law marriage, yada yada yada. My grandma got an attorney involved, and the attorney says there is no common law marriage. not happening.
What
So
what state was that?
Iowa. Hawkeyes.
I don't think I just feel like I get why some people would want to live together before they get married. I totally get that, but to live together
Your parish priest won't get it.
no, actually, they accept people living together for a short period of time to see if they can get along with each other, live because some people can get along
Oh,
with each
bull!
other
Who
but can't
said
live.
this?
No, it's accepted.
I know what they do. They don't ask anymore, but they're not going to suggest it as a good idea and to try it out. Bullshit.
You know,
Yes,
people can be
you
couples
can have
great until they have to wake up with each other every day.
you can have a relationship and a trying period to
No,
see if you
wrong,
guys can
wrong.
live together.
No,
Yes,
not
right,
true. No,
right,
bullshit. As a matter of
right.
fact, the Catholic Bible even references the appearance of sin. You could be abstaining from sex and they don't want you living together because young kids that walk by that house that know you're not married don't understand that. It's the appearance of sin. There is no
Well, the
way the
appearance
Catholic
of sin and
Church,
actually
the
sinning
Catholic,
are two
no,
different
no,
things.
no. What'd you say?
Yes, yes.
What?
The appearance of sinning and actually sinning are two different
No, they're not in
things.
the Catholic Bible. They're not. The appearance, if the point is, the appearance of sin is just as bad. It references it in the Bible. It's just as bad as sin.
Mm.
There is no way any Catholic church anywhere is accepting moving in together first. It happens, they know about it, but they don't ask. But you're not going to find me a Catholic church anywhere that you're going to run that by and they'll say, yeah, give it a try. Nonsense.
I've met I've been in lots of churches where it
Yeah,
was
well, you go call a
accepted.
parish priest and run that by him for me.
Okay, I will.
And I guarantee you he's going to say no, he doesn't think it's a good idea at all. They don't. It's nuts. I go through this with people. They tell me they're marrying gays now in like the non-official part of a church. No, they're not. They got a hot potato right now
No, they
because their
don't
numbers are
marry in
dying
the
about
church.
whether or not they're going to allow them to take communion someday.
Well, the thing is with not too many people that I know of. I mean, I can't say everybody because I've met a few people, but a lot of people like live together with somebody before they got married to
Yeah, I
them.
know, but that's not sanctioned by the Catholic Church. I do know this. They quit asking.
Yeah, don't ask, don't tell.
Right. Yeah, they did. They quit asking. But you're not going to go to your parish priest as a Catholic and say, hey, look, we were, thinking of trying this out. And he's absolutely against that in every way.
Yeah, you
I
never
don't know where
know
you come
about
up with this nonsense.
these religious folks. You hear Catholic priests.
It's not the religion, it's the people that did it.
There you
The
go.
Catholic Church has done a lot of good. Women's voting, as an example, they helped. They've done a lot for the poor. It's still a very, very low percentage of these perverted priests.
Yeah, there you go. I was just going to say
Yeah,
that.
but it's low, and it's not the religion that did it. It's the human factor. It wasn't the
I
Catholic
think
Church that did it. It was like we talked about bad choices in marriage. You
I think
fucking do your best due diligence, and you don't really realize up until they get caught for the first time that these guys were pedophiles.
I think too
Nice
that's
stuff
why they
like
started and I'd have to look this up, but I'm pretty sure some of the practitioners in the church can get married now where they couldn't get married before.
in the
And I'm
Catholic
not sure
Church.
if it's the priest. Yeah, hold on.
No, I'm sure they
Hold on.
could if they could. There are instances where Catholic priests were married before they became priests, and they allowed it. But you're not getting married as a single guy as a Catholic priest now for any reason.
Okay.
They're
Yes.
really struggling. They're by the way, they're really struggling with parish priests nationwide. there's a good chance no matter where you're at, you're going to get a black guy from Uganda.
That's what you know what? That's what happened to the church that I used to go to over here.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
the
that's
priest for a
it's
while
slim
was from
pickings.
Africa.
And I'm not saying they're any less of a priest than,
No.
you know, a white Italian like it used to be,
Yeah.
but their numbers are big time down. And actually, I mean, you know, if you got perverts out there and you're a pedophile, where else is a better place? It's same with school teachers. You go around where there's a lot of young boys. It's part of the
Sure.
illness,
Yeah.
you know, just by virtue of what's there to begin with, you know?
I just wondered, like, with pedophiles, like, what are they so there has to be I
That's how it is,
because
Faye.
I'm
Yeah.
not, so I mean, like, I guess that I have a hard time, like, what is wrong with your brain where, like, you would think a little child is like
It's an illness. It's a
attract
sickness.
like
It's a
a
sickness.
yeah, I
They
guess
can't,
so.
I mean, a lot of these people you see, they break down when they get caught. They can't
Yeah.
help it. I mean, in the people that aren't that way, you know, want to cut their heads off. And if anybody ever did that to my kid, they just don't really grasp. It's like serial killers and arsonists and every other fucking crazy behavior out there that, you know, there just seems to be an extra evilness to molesting
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah. Because it's just so like,
Yeah. And
you
they
know,
have a
because
high recidivism rate. I mean, rehab for them is not very promising.
like
Doesn't work.
the normal
Yeah.
person like you and I, like, we're like, oh, that's attractive, and we're talking
No,
about
we're
like
lucky.
men and
We're
women
lucky.
who are
No, we're lucky.
reproducing age and like,
Yeah, no,
you
we're
know,
lucky.
we're not.
And if you ever read those interviews or like go through court transcripts or stuff,
Yeah,
they were thinking this way from day one.
really.
Yeah. It's like, you know,
So
a big dildo you keep under your mattress. It's like that times 10. No, it's like off the charts, like, you know, controls your brain like heroin.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like me smoking. Like some people think smoking's disgusting
Yeah.
after you ever pick up a
I do
cigarette.
think it's like smoking. But
Except
smoking,
I'm
you know,
not.
it's not going to ruin your life.
Well, it's not
I
going to
got a
ruin.
little bit of a problem, not a lot.
Mhm.
Like when they had that To Catch a Predator. I mean, it was pretty damn obvious that these people weren't playing with the full deck. And I got a little bit of a problem when there's no real victim. When you've got a 300-pound cop and some girl that's 25 that sounds 9 years old, there's really no victim. It's entrapment. Now, I don't say too much about it because, you know, I'm not really sympathetic to perverts. But from a
Right.
legal perspective, in any other facet of the law, if you did any of that kind of shit, you'd get thrown out of court. And they just kind of turn the other way when it comes to catching these perverts.
Well, no, you know what else that they do though? They did that with people trying to like murder their spouses and stuff. They would catch
Yeah,
them like doing sting operations, like
yeah,
trying to get like
yeah,
hitmen or
yeah,
whatever to
yeah.
kill.
I know a guy that got caught doing that. Not well,
What?
but he
Huh?
just got out, by the way.
How many years did he get put for doing
30,
that?
30.
Wow. See, you guys, see, anyone who's thinking about it, anyone who's getting pissed off at their spouse,
What
30 years.
surprises me is that you know how they run these successful fake hitman guys. You know how they like pull that off that well.
I
You think
mean,
if you were serious about and in the dollar amount that the people agree with it. You know, if I want to get my spouse knocked off, you know, I'd think I'd have to come up with like 200 grand or something, like a legit hitman.
yeah.
These guys are giving them like 3,500 and shit, like to, and they're believing it.
Oh, I know. It's so ridiculous. And I don't think it's entrapment at all. I mean, if you're on freaking internet talking to somebody that you think is 10 years old saying that shit that they're saying to a 10-year-old baby, it's not
It's not.
entrapment.
There's no real victim. It's not a real person.
No, but it just exposes what kind of people they are, Tom.
Yeah, but that's not how the law works. Do you
Yeah,
think it
it's
would be
No.
okay for? Do you think it'd be okay? Because I know of a case I won't tell you this. I'll tell you when I'm done telling you about this. But say a guy goes into a bathroom a known like gay area. He's got a hard on. He looks over at the guy next to him, wiggles it around a little bit, and the guy makes a move. Would you consider that entrapment?
I don't understand, Tom.
Two gay guys go in the bathroom together in a known gay bathroom.
Okay.
Gay guy comes up. He's got a hard on. He nudges you and winks at you, points down to his hard dick, and says, "What do you think?" The guy grabs it and he gets arrested. Do you think that's entrapment?
Well, they're in a gay bathroom and they're gay.
Well, no, it's a public bathroom it's a public bathroom known where gays hang out. Still against the law. And one gay guy comes up to another, points to his hard dick, winks, and says, "How would you like to ride this tonight?" And the guy says, "I would," and he grabs it and gets arrested. Do you think that's entrapment?
Well, yeah, that's what they did to George Michael. Remember that?
But I'm asking, I know they did that, but do you think that's entrapment?
Yeah, I don't know. They're adults. We're talking about kids, Tom.
No. We're talking about what kind of bait you put out to get people to take it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Let me tell you, they did this for years, and all these cases were thrown out. Why? Because it was entrapment.
No, a lot of those predator cases did get thrown out, calling it entrapment. A lot did. A lot of them did, Tom.
A lot didn't. It is entrapment.
Yeah.
There's no real victim. There's no real person.
Yeah, I'm gonna disassociate myself from this conversation, Tom.
No. I agree that I'm not sympathetic to perverts. I'm just saying it isn't like you're getting $100 bills and stacking them on the inside of the bank and enticing people to come in and rob you. I think it's fine that they prosecute these people, but I don't think that's the only example that I can give where it's an exception of the law where they allow it. There's no real person. It's all make-believe. There's no 9-year-old. It's a cop and an older woman that sounds young.
Well, I know for a fact.
Entrapment.
So the police cannot be by a bar to entrap people drinking and leaving a bar. I know they can't do that here. Like, you never see a police officer pulled off to the side ready to catch people drunk driving by a
that.
bar.
It's that what happens is the owners get together and say they're ruining their business. That they're not just catching these people by happenstance, that they're targeting a place and pulling people for bullshit, even though they haven't violated anything.
Mm.
That happens, but they do it. It's like kind of an uproar from the owners and stuff, But I mean, in no other facet of law can you put false bait out there, except with that. I mean, I don't really have a problem with it because, they're catching these guys, but it's the only exception I know of in the law where you can use fake information to get people arrested. There's no real person. It's all make-believe.
Right. So if it's not a real person and no one did any crime, like if it wasn't a kid and no one did anything wrong, then you're right. They are just trying to.
No, but what I would agree with, you'll look at people get busted for conspiracy all the time. If they had a law for conspiracy to molest a minor, I would agree with that.
Yeah, there you go.
They do it all the time with bank robberies and
Yeah.
whatever. They find the gun, they find the map, they find the mask, and 15 minutes before they get to the bank, they pull them over and arrest them for conspiracy to rob a bank. It happens with mail fraud. Conspiracy is one of the biggest angles the government has on any level to prosecute you. They can get you before the crime actually has to take place, but not with the pedophile shit. It's all made up. There is no 10-year-old kid. How do you get arrested when there's no real victim? When you're not charging them with conspiracy. It's weird. Actually, in the cases that were lost, that were dismissed, it was because they were denied due process. It wasn't because they were entrapped. They argued successfully in federal court that their due process was not given to them by having TV cameras present with third-party people that were setting up the sting with legitimate public law enforcement. Their due process was violated. That's why the cases were dropped. And that's also why the show went off the air. And it's also why that one gay prosecutor who was soliciting young boys online, it was his sister that successfully sued on the due process at federal court. And that's why
he
Predator,
killed himself.
Yeah, he killed himself. And that's why To Catch a Predator is no longer on.
Right. Yeah, he killed
But it wasn't
himself,
because
and
of his entrapment. And I
they
got a little bit of a
discontinued
problem.
the show.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a problem with third-party civilians that are getting TV show ratings, interacting with legitimate law enforcement.
Well, it's kind of like your YouTube channel that they didn't want you talking to prostitutes and stuff, like they didn't want you talking about certain things. I mean,
Right.
you weren't doing these things and they made it sound horrendous.
Well, they used to promote me.
Yeah.
And back in the day, it was as long as you didn't glorify or promote illegal drug use, which I didn't.
Right.
It was in the course, in the midst of an interview. Well, now they don't want you talking about it, period. They don't even want you talking about legal drugs. If I said, hey, Prozac helped me, it changed my life, I'm really glad I took it. They'll fucking strike you for that too.
Well, the thing
And
is,
now the
too,
sex shit is coming around now too. They're a little more forgiving on chats than they are for videos. But they don't want you talking about sex and shit now either. When you check off a box to upload a video to YouTube, it's like you can't do anything anymore.
well, what I find interesting is it would be like when you were doing those interviews with the girls in Detroit, and then that would be like the police like
Right, Faye?
arresting them shortly after. You know what I mean? Like you asking them what they're doing, what they do, all this, and they're like, "Yeah, I do all this legal stuff," and then like the cops would be like right next to you, like ready to like
Nah,
arrest
they don't
them.
give a fuck. They don't do anything to those people.
They just let them be.
Yeah. Actually, part of the reason I quit doing it is because I was afraid they were going to arrest me. They've got an ordinance down in Detroit knowingly associating with a prostitute. So they had me by the fucking balls. Because you could say,
Wow.
hey, you know these are prostitutes. Your interviews are about prostitutes. All as I could see what was going to come down the pike. First of all, I heard through the grapevine, they thought that I was making them look bad. I'm running up and down like Detroit's just one big fucking street walking paradise. And I felt that one day they were going to arrest me for that, impound my van, Daisy go to some Detroit dog pound. I'd need a ride home for 200 miles and 10 grand. And 3 years later, I'd get acquitted. Maybe, but maybe not. Because even though you guys know what I did, you can't get around the fact that I was knowingly associating with a working prostitute. I was. Didn't matter that I was interviewing them. The ordinance doesn't address that. It's that I knew they were prostitutes and I was interviewing. That's enough to get convicted.
Wow.
Really?
I'll tell you something I found out the other day. I was surprised at. In Georgia, traffic citations, all of them are criminal. They're not civil infractions like they are in most states.
What?
It's
criminal?
Yeah, they're criminal. Running a stop sign, speeding, all that. If they want to, they can take you to jail right then and there.
What?
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor.
Really?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? I know, yeah. See, now most states quit that because the burden of proof's on them to prove it's a crime that you did it. You can go in there and bring up theories of radar and ask for their records and see if they tune the radar unit like they should have and if the calibration. You can drive them fucking nuts in a trial, which is what states wanted to get around off of. They didn't want to go through this bullshit. So once they were made civil infractions, the burden of proof wasn't on the state anymore. It streamlined things. You got a ticket and you fucking went in there and told your story and the judge said, fuck you and fined you 200 and you got 3 points on your license. Well, down here, they're criminal misdemeanors. In Canada, you get a misdemeanor on your driving record. Canada won't let you in there. I know plenty of guys that got drunk driving tickets and had to sell their Canadian cabin because he couldn't go there anymore.
Yeah.
They're strict as hell over there.
Well, I know when I got pulled over for well, I got into kind of an argument with a police officer because she pulled me over for not stopping long enough at a stop sign.
They do that here down the
Was she a
street
bush
all the
cop?
time.
And I told her, I was like, this is the end of my street. I drive this route every morning to get coffee. I said, I know I stopped because I always look both ways. Like I'm not just gonna blow through a stop
Yeah,
sign
right.
where I know the traffic is. So I know I stopped. And she goes, well, you did stop. She even admitted, she goes, well, you did stop, but you just didn't stop long enough. And I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure I stopped long enough. And I fought it. And I had to go to court. And it got lowered to like a parking ticket. But
Yeah.
I mean, still, I still think that it should have gotten wiped off completely. I mean, I'm sure if I would have gotten a lawyer,
Well,
it
the
would have.
judge didn't believe that you stopped. The
No, that's
judge's
not it.
attitudes on these cops are that why are they just randomly picking people they don't know and giving them tickets for nothing?
Because
go with
it's
the cop.
money for the state.
Yeah,
Every
but there,
time
if you talk to any
that
cop, there is no problem writing tickets. You can write as many as you want. You don't need to write tickets to people that didn't do things.
well,
And that's what the judges bank on.
this is the deal. Like that parking ticket was like $300. Like it wasn't even like a regular price parking ticket. My parking ticket, because I had to pay, because sending me there, I had to pay, it was like $250 to the court. So they
Yeah.
got $250 for me going
See, but
there to
that's
try
that
to
New
defend
York shit.
myself.
That's that New York bullshit.
They have
Yeah, it's
quotas. I
gross.
swear to you, they have quotas, and they will try
Hardly
when
ever.
it comes to it, they'll pull anybody over for anything.
Yeah, but if you're breaking the law, I mean,
I wasn't.
I don't think you stopped.
Oh, shut up, Tom.
I don't, because I don't believe, I mean, I've had my beefs with cops, but I don't believe cops are going out writing tickets to people that aren't violating. Talk to any cop anywhere. They can write tickets from one to the next all day long on every shift. They
Well,
don't
then
need
how
to
about
pick on people that aren't violating and give them
how about
tickets
this
for
then,
nothing.
Tom? How about this? So I'm going home from work one morning. I get on the on-ramp to get on the expressway. They have cops, state troopers set up there checking people's inspections. So before you can go on the expressway,
Yeah, they
you
do
have to
that
go
here.
through you have to go through a checkpoint. So, nice story I'm going to tell you. He looks at my stickers, and he's like, "Up, your registration's overdue." He's like, "I'm going to need to see your license, your insurance, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Oh shit, you got to be kidding me." And like here I am like tired, just want to go home from work. I worked all night. It was when I worked night shift.
Was it expired or not?
It wasn't. I told him. He came back with the ticket. So Tom, the guy came back with the ticket. I don't know how he came back with the ticket. If he ran my plates and everything, it should have came back, right? That everything was okay. I'm like, here, you need to take another look at this, officer. Because I went to look at it. I'm like, mine isn't expired. I'm like, what's this guy doing, right? So he comes back to my car with a ticket. I'm like, I'm not taking that. I'm like, you got to look at my, He's like, oh, I guess you're right. I'm like, how did you even print that ticket out? Because like if he ran my license and everything. So yeah, cops aren't always right, Tom.
No, they're not always right. That was a mistake.
Right. But me not blowing through a stop sign wasn't. So
No, I don't think you
wanna
blew
hear it.
through it, but I think you rolled through it.
I don't want to hear it.
They don't need to there's a million people that rolled through that stop sign all week long. They don't need to pull over people that didn't do it to meet some quota. It's a myth.
Sure. Well, then why'd she
Guilty
do
as
it?
charged.
Because you were rolling.
Sure.
Did she have a dash cam in her car?
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Yeah, you should have got that out of the Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah. Well, Tom, like that was the first time I've ever gotten pulled over. I'm old. Like the first time I don't
But
go
that doesn't
around
mean you
breaking
didn't roll through
laws.
the sign.
I
And that's
stopped at
not
the
the
stop
first
sign.
violation you did either.
I know what I did. And like I said, even with the one time when they had the barricade up going on the expressway, and then the cop still wrote me a ticket, and then he ripped it.
Yeah, you
Then
know
he
how they
was,
do.
oh
You know how they
yeah,
get away
he's
with
like,
that.
you
That
didn't see what I
driving's not a
saw.
right; it's a privilege. It's a privilege for you to drive down state roads, and that's why they
Yep.
can do the. I mean, I don't agree with those. I know people that have gotten drunk driving tickets. I know 2 people that got drunk driving tickets. Sober people ran into them. Sober people
Wow.
rear-ended them. The cop said, "Hey, by the way, you've been drinking?" It's like, "Yeah, I had a couple. Breathalyzer, flunk it, DUI, and they didn't cause a wreck."
Tom, I can't see the chat and how many people are in the chat. How many people are watching right now?
57.
I don't know if you guys in the on the board or anybody in the chat's ever heard or seen the videos on YouTube. The name of the channel is called The Soft White Underbelly.
Yeah, I know him.
Guy's name's
Yeah.
Mark,
Yeah.
and his videos are booming, and all he interviews the prostitutes and the drug addicts and is talking about
Yeah, but
drugs and sex.
he's making you pay him on the side now with Patreon and stuff because YouTube cut him out too. He did a video about it. It's on his channel.
Really?
He's trying to get income to join. You know, now you can subscribe to channels and pay a monthly fee and stuff.
Okay.
YouTube's
He's
not
got
paying him.
millions of subscribers.
Yeah, he does, but his videos aren't getting paid because they don't want you doing that content. They don't say that you can't put them up. You just can't be monetized and put them up.
Oh,
But
I
I
did think
did.
I saw something about that.
Yeah, because I quit doing the asking the drug questions and stuff, and I thought that you would, but they quit referring people to me, even though I did that. So they just don't want it out there anymore. Yeah, but
Gotcha.
he doesn't need the money anyway.
He's got
But
some dough.
yeah, YouTube really stuck it to him bad. They fucked a lot of hunting channels too. They don't want impact shots.
I've noticed that.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, like, when the people are shooting deers or
And
ducks,
now
whatever,
there's a
they
couple
have
guys that specialize like in airplane crashes and stuff, and they don't want the moment of impact. They'll let you show before and after, but they
I've
want you to
noticed
blur
that.
out the crash. Yeah, they demonetize them too. I'm telling you, man, they're a strange company. So me, I just unmonetize my stuff, other than the shorts, because you can't. I think that that ship sailed. I mean, they were unsubscribing people at $1,000 a month for me for a while, when
What do
denying
you
it.
mean? Like,
Yeah, that people like be unsubscribed. They didn't do it. Well, if they didn't do it, who did it? YouTube says they didn't do it.
really?
Yeah.
So YouTube,
And once you have
deducts
100,000 subscribers, you can contact like YouTube, but it's all artificial intelligence. It sucks. It's useless.
Yeah.
So I don't really care. I just upload my videos, don't get monetized, and go on. Because if I monetize now, I've got 19,000 videos up, and if they were all monetized, I'd get like $520 a month. I'd rather just do what I want and not worry about them coming down on me for lying on a video I uploaded. It's like, hey, I'm not monetizing these anyway, so now what? It's not worth it. They're a weird company. Yeah. They're going to I think what it is they don't want to babysit people. They want a digital ad to come up that's vanilla. It's not going to offend anybody. They don't want an advertiser doesn't want his ad coming up in the middle of me asking someone how much heroin they're using. Even though they were
Makes sense.
popular, they weren't popular with people trying to hawk a product. So that's why they quit that, I think. They're weird, man. I don't really care because, I'm not monetizing them anyway. But if you were, I know plenty of people that, were really, trying to do the right thing with their channel. And fuck, they could have cared less. Hey, Chris. They could have dumped them all. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. It used to piss me off. It doesn't really. Because, I like doing these chats and stuff, and it's fun. And Believe me, it's YouTube and nothing else. There's this Rumble or Bumble or whatever they call it. I've uploaded a couple videos on a few different sites, and it's like nothing, man. Like not the same. You know? Fuck them. It's not worth it. There's Ron Jeremy.
It's not worth it, right, Tom?
I don't think it is. I don't.
No. That's why I don't post nothing on YouTube. I could care less.
Yeah. Yeah,
To
I
me,
don't.
I don't need the money. I don't need the money that bad.
No. Besides, you gotta like.
You know.
I mean, they're just weird.
And the one thing I enjoy YouTube a lot. I enjoy watching YouTube content. But the one thing I don't like about YouTube is just certain things that I think people take advantage of YouTube, and I think certain things should not be put on YouTube, and you need to start cracking down on certain things. Like
what?
Like going to shooting, like shooting videos. I mean, people don't understand. Other people see, young kids get ideas to do things like that when they go on YouTube. It gives kids the bad idea.
So here's the deal.
Didn't you have army men when you were a kid?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying though, certain
Did you not?
Did
you play cops and robbers?
Well, yeah.
Video games?
That's funny, Tom. You know what I was asked at the toy show when I was looking at the 6 shooters that are toys? The guy said, "Did you have some of these when you were a kid?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Did you go out and rob banks because you had them?" And I said, "Nope." He says, "Exactly."
Yeah, that's what I say.
Yeah, you can't blame TV. You can't blame TV, media, or any of that for your own behaviors. I mean,
Right.
my son used to play video games that were violent. Was he ever violent? No. Did I ever have a problem with him like getting guns and shooting people? No.
That's just an agenda, that they're pushing.
Yeah, it is. It's like electric cars.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
And people take advantage of something good, like with YouTube. People think they can just get post whatever they want and do whatever they want, and there's no consequence. I mean, people posting things on there shouldn't even, the things that I've seen on YouTube, that half of that stuff shouldn't even be on there, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean,
well, then you should apply to work for YouTube and get to scan people's videos and make these decisions.
Well, I don't.
I bet the CEO is so far left, he'd love you.
Well, I'm just saying though.
You want me to get
You're
you some
getting liberal,
information?
Chris. You're getting liberal, Chris.
Chris, the CEO of Google is liberal. He's already been put in front of Congress and cannot answer a yes or no question. Do you understand that?
How about the transgender videos, Chris? You for those?
What do you mean transgender? I don't see transgender videos out there.
Because you're not looking. You're not in the right algorithm. See, you don't want to see it, so they don't show it to you.
Yeah.
People grow their own algorithm.
Yeah, I'm not getting any either.
Mine keeps showing me this guy in an F-150 driving everywhere, eating lunch.
You think
That's me.
Yeah, I know that. That was my. You caught that one.
You think somebody dressed? Do you think people doing lingerie videos on YouTube should be allowed?
Hey, you leave Penny Underbust alone in her channel, okay? You stop trolling Penny Underbust, all right? You leave her alone.
This is somebody
if she
else
wants to show you her lingerie, Penny Underbust, then you leave her alone. You understand?
Have you been watching her, Chris?
No.
She told me you were in her channel the other day. Penny Underbust.
Yeah, right. Was not.
Stop denying it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You'll be in that algorithm.
I think they should be able to show lingerie. Yeah, why not?
Exactly.
You don't think bras and panties and something like that should be allowed on YouTube?
Oh, no. Yeah, it should be allowed.
The thing is if you put...
Hey, you're asking the wrong guy. I was jacking off the Sears catalogs.
No,
50 years ago.
1960s.
If you put on your channel this is for 18 and older, then there shouldn't be a problem. Just like with TV, with movies, with video games, and everything else. You put that it's not good for kids, and that's that. If the kids still find it, then it's their parents' fault. If they're so
Amen. Yeah.
ashamed.
I knew you'd say something that made sense someday. Thank you.
That's right.
No, but
Hey, listen, it wasn't my father's fault that I found his porn in his bedroom drawer. It was my fault for looking.
Amen. God bless.
You know? So
I
who's
mean-
saying a grown man can't have a porn collection? And I remember back in the day working in the assembly plant in the early 90s, this black dude I knew who had a collection of movies and little children. And he explained that his master bedroom closet is where he kept his movies, and his children were not allowed in there.
Or if you keep stuff locked up. I mean, the thing is
Well, exactly. Same type of thing.
Yeah, we're all adults here, so like we can do whatever. We're adults. No one's saying to come to Tom's channel if you're under 18 years old. We're not saying,
You
hey,
think YouTube should allow people hitting themselves with hangers and hitting themselves with all types of objects where they actually show wounds on their legs and their arms? Do you think they're trying to be like jackass people? I mean, stunt people. You know what I mean?
there's a niche for that.
But you're watching this stuff, aren't you, Chris?
How do you know? Well, how do you know about this stuff?
No, because there's this channel I watch. These two
I've
guys
never seen
in
it.
Kentucky, and they're called the Bell Life. These
There
two
you
brothers.
go. He's watching it.
You're watching it.
He just admitted he's watching it.
It's funny, but I would never hit myself with a hanger on my leg. Hell no, I wouldn't. But the thing is that I just don't think that should be allowed on YouTube. Hitting
Why?
yourself.
Oh, come on.
With hangers? Come on.
You bang your head.
Seeing other people hit themselves with hangers, that's appropriate?
I mean, what do you want him to quit selling Playboy?
Well, no.
You're going off the fucking deep end.
I mean, do you think about
I'm not allowed to have a subscription to the Bang Bros?
Tom should do jackass videos, right, Tom?
That stuff never interested me, really. I thought it was stupid.
But I'm just saying, like, all of this stuff that you guys are doing on YouTube, you can watch on TV. Now, if that were the case, where people were so upset over it, why would it be on cable TV and it can't be on YouTube? As long as you're putting that it's, appropriate for 18 and older, that should be that.
Yeah.
Years ago, I think
these
two brothers, you know what these two brothers did a couple years ago on their channel? They actually got kicked off of YouTube. Now they have their own website so they can make their own videos, but they got kicked off of YouTube because it was so. What they did is that they dressed up and drove a dune buggy to Walmart and went down Walmart aisles at 50 miles an hour in a dune buggy, dressed up like an idiot. They end up getting arrested and going to jail for it. I mean, stuff like that. Come on. That shouldn't be on YouTube. Driving a dune buggy through Walmart, aisles. Someone could have gotten hurt. Someone could have gotten killed. Come on.
Oh, come on. Somebody got killed. How?
Well, they could have. You don't drive a dune buggy through Walmart store at 50 miles an hour. I mean, come on.
I got a problem here because I'm going to beg to differ that was a scripted video you saw, and no one is driving through Walmart.
No, they really did this. These two brothers in Kentucky did it. They're called the Bell Life. They did.
Yeah, but it was scripted.
Probably
They probably know the manager, and it's scripted. Hey, I'm going to bring my side by side down. You're going to let me drive it through sporting goods.
Yeah.
I don't think that was scripted, but I don't know.
Hey, well, let me tell you something. When you're making a lot of big money on YouTube, you can pay for things to be scripted.
Yeah, but that's true, I guess.
Why don't you just watch religious channels then?
Joel Osteen, you try that guy out.
Chris?
Yeah.
Why don't you just watch family-friendly channels then?
Yeah, I do. I watch a lot of news programs I watch a lot of news stuff.
Tucker Carlson on Twitter.
Now, once Debbie nods off, do you click on Pornhub or anything?
Never. I never watched that shit.
He's going to deny it. Come on.
Yeah.
I do occasionally.
Debbie, cut your fucking head off.
Well, it goes to no to occasionally I do.
Debbie don't care what I watch. Debbie doesn't care.
Hey, here you are watching porn, and you're worried about somebody hitting someone with a golf cart or dune buggy in a Walmart. You got to rearrange your priorities.
I know he's in there watching them. Oh, I can't say it.
Chris?
Yeah, you're on there telling that certain things should be done on YouTube, and when you see it all over the place, anyways.
Yeah. What are you getting more moral, Chris? What's going on over there?
Oh, I don't know. Nothing.
You mixing
Did
your
you
pills
find
up?
Jesus? Have you been saved? Hallelujah,
Yeah.
brother. Hallelujah.
Chris, you didn't get the wrong bottle of pills, did you?
No.
You didn't meet Richie the Barber and get dunked in the lake, did you?
No.
Do you know who Richie the Barber is?
Uh-uh.
All right, he ain't in that algorithm, Tom.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. The things that come to your channel, Chris.
Nope.
They know you.
He's pulling it up right now, guys. Richie the Barber.
Yeah. Hey, ever hear of freedom of speech, Chris?
Yes, of course I have. Definitely.
First Amendment. What gave
Absolutely.
Tom the right to make his videos?
Yes.
Yeah. You sound like you're getting pretty damn liberal.
No.
Are you getting ready to vote for Biden again?
Yes. Yep.
You hate
You
Trump.
know how they what's that, Tom?
I was asking if he hates Trump.
Well,
yes.
Can you give us a good reason why?
I don't know. I don't really understand politics. I don't really
Then
get
you
it.
can't hate the man. You know, Tom, I worked with a guy on the assembly line, and he told me he hated Trump, but he voted for him twice. And I said to him, but why do you hate him? And he gave me a for instance of a decision that Trump made that had to do with the military. And I said to him, when you become president, you have to make the worst decisions ever, but they're for the good of the country. I said, but you as a taxpayer and having nothing to do with this will totally could feel that that decision was wrong at that point in time, but down the road it benefited the United States. But the president had to make that decision.
You can watch her channel, Tom. See, this is the channel right here. Watch that.
What's that about?
Her name is Ellie, Renee.
Do you do
What's she
drawing
doing?
and stuff?
She says a little bit about me, intimate apparel, and changes the way we feel about ourselves. She puts on all different types of lingerie and shows off.
Oh, wait a minute. That's where this is going, Tom. He wanted to know if we were in,
No,
he's
he
into
did.
that.
That's it. Bingo.
He's already subscribed to Penny.
Bingo. Bingo.
He goes from saying
Bingo. Chris, you'd be the most depressed motherfucker in the world if they canceled that channel.
God forbid he broke his right hand.
Yeah. No wonder he's smoking. He's worried Debbie's going to see him watching as much as he does, instead of acting like it just comes up here and there.
Well,
Chris, would you consider her attractive?
Oh yeah, she's beautiful. Yeah, see that's her YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Debbie, come and get your man.
Yeah, I mean,
you better run that by Debbie.
Debbie said, "Whatever makes him happy, I don't care."
As long as he does not.
Do you have a membership by any chance?
Huh?
Do you have a membership by any chance in her channel?
How about signed panties?
I don't have a membership.
How about signed panties?
Yeah.
So, have you Googled Penny Underbust yet?
No.
Oh man, we're in a full-on comedy hour. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all right, Chris. But you know, you asked us if we thought that those channels should be allowed, but you're watching them. What do you think?
I'm not even watching them.
When it comes to bodily harm, physical harm to other people, YouTube should be cracking down on stuff.
No, but how about the lingerie?
Well, I don't. That's not a harm to nobody. I mean, that's somebody, showing clothes off. You know what I mean?
But it could be considered harm in the fact that she's not being modest, right? So she's out there, I mean.
Yeah.
If she weighed 500 pounds, would you be watching?
I don't know.
Yes, you
There's
do.
people who would. There's
There
guys
are.
who like that.
Yeah.
Just think about those skinny guys that go to the grocery store just to keep their wife 400 pounds, 500 pounds.
No, that's true.
Yeah, it definitely is true. It's,
What
creepy.
is that? What is that Penny Underbus? What's the deal there?
She does yoga and stuff. I honestly don't watch, but I know of her channel.
Like with little outfits on and stuff?
Yeah. She's actually heavy set, kind of voluptuous kind of thing. And she's a young lady. And I think it's hilarious when I see her live. It's funny.
Is she trying to just show that big, beautiful women are out there that can do yoga?
Oh, yeah. She just rolls around and does yoga and this and that. And it's funny. And she's got her viewers and people give her money. And, it's just cute. Because she's not necessarily the most attractive thing either, like saying.
I used to watch one on this heavy set lady that go and review pizzas.
Okay.
It was really good. I haven't watched that in forever. I don't even know if she's still around.
I watched an eating channel for a while where you would sit there and just listen to them eat.
How do you say that? Boca?
What's it called? Yeah, is that what it's called? Like, you just like listen to like noises, and like sometimes they would use like chewing noises.
Oh, you're talking
And it's
about
like,
the what are those channels called? The people do. It's a sensory thing.
yeah.
But there's
The
a
sensory thing.
name for it. There's a name for it.
ASMR or something
people
like
chewing?
that.
Yep, that's it. AMSR. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, they're chewing food.
It just has to
Yeah.
do with anything.
Yeah, it could be
Like
anything.
an AMSR could be a video of me
Nice,
airing up my tire with a little air compressor, Tom, and you just hearing the, it's a stimulant.
Oh, okay.
So that's what AMSR videos.
There are people
in my opinion, are.
There are people on YouTube that like get crazy if they hear somebody eating chips or something.
Oh, absolutely.
My sister's one of those people. Like, you can't eat. Like, if you make any noise while you eat, it drives her crazy.
I think you were eating something tonight, Michelle. Did you see that shitty comment that lady made? I blocked her.
Oh no, I didn't. What happened?
I got rid of her ass.
Back when I first started YouTube, and I went on a panel, and I knew after the fact, those people could screw off because I was being trolled, but like I was actually eating while I was on the panel. Yeah. And they were making comments like I was rude for eating on the panel.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think part of it is like when you're the person eating, you don't realize what your mic's doing on their end. It sounds like a hippopotamus or something eating a whole head of watermelon.
I always try to like mute myself if I do get a snack or eat a couple chips or whatever during I do try to like not, so that it's not interfering.
No, I know it doesn't bother me because I know that the people don't think that you can hear it.
Yes, Drift.
They're not like grabbing a giant carrot and holding their face right next to a microphone. It's just they don't think you can hear it, and I realize that, so I don't say anything. But yeah, that one lady made a couple. I blocked her ass.
Think about it like this. Some of these panels that we do run 4, 5, 6 hours. Like, come on, you expect nobody to eat or drink anything within that amount of time.
I don't care. It's not like you're like, like sound like a hippo eating 3 heads of lettuce at once.
That's like me. I'm sitting here drinking an illegal Coca-Cola.
What is that illegal one?
It's the one that's in the glass bottle. Comes from Mexico. Pure cane sugar, no saccharin, none of that bullshit, that they put in there.
I thought that they were sweetening their pop now with beet juice in the States. Juice.
I never heard of that one, but I do know this is bottled in Mexico.
Where do you get that?
Costco.
Okay.
In Brighton.
You don't like the diet.
Nope. And I don't drink a lot of pop. I buy a case, it's in the fridge, and if I think I need to be a little upbeat, I'll have one. But they're for the little one. She loves them because they're in a can, and they're not in a can or plastic. It's actual glass.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you could get those anymore.
Only from Mexico, though.
Yeah, I did buy a couple the other day. I get them at a Mexican restaurant south of here.
Yeah.
Jarrito. You ever had
Listen,
those?
no.
Mexican pop. They're good.
But she gets some kind of Mexican pop from up here.
Yeah, I
But
bet it's Jarita.
it probably is. Excuse me. But
Huh.
the glass bottled Coca-Cola only comes from Mexico. Everything bottled in the United States is all.
But I think if you Google it, I thought these pop companies went to beet juice as a sweetener, getting away from.
Good, I
What
know
were
when
they
I
putting in there? Sucrose, not sucrose. What was that? Everybody thought was killing them.
saccharin.
No, what's the other
Aspartame?
name for it? Aspartame. Yeah.
Well, the first thing that's in this is cane sugar. Wait, excuse me. Carbonated water and then cane sugar, caramel, color, phosphate, acid, and natural flavors, and caffeine. The list on the Coca-Cola in the United States is a lot longer than this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna look at that up though. See, I'm surprised you can even get that here.
Well, it's a novelty because you're getting it here, and it's coming from out of the country.
Is it more or less money?
Oh, it's not cheap. It's not cheap. I buy a case of 12-ounce bottles, and it's like $36. So I'm paying.
Okay.
I'm paying to crack that bottle open a dollar something.
Right.
Most
colas are caffeine. What is Coke? Aspartame is used in Diet Coke, Pepsi Zero, and another. See, somebody went to beet juice. And I thought it was Coke, but I guess not. Maybe it was Pepsi.
I used to get on a panel with some people, and they'd be like, "Who's eating the chips?" And you could hear the bag.
Yeah. They don't realize how loud it is.
My sister just goes crazy, like with any kind of chewing noises. Like you can't eat around my sister because if she hears any kind of she goes absolutely irritated nuts.
I had
Really?
a buddy back in the day. If he heard your silverware scrape the plate or each other, he'd lose his mind. So you had to
That
cut
doesn't really bother me.
Well, how do you go eat dinner with other people and you can't control the way they're gonna cut their food and stuff?
Yeah, and I'll watch that sometimes, and people are like, once in a blue moon, something I think these people are real lowlifes.
So
the way they use their utensils or that kind of thing. It can be a turnoff with a date or something.
I can understand that.
Your manners.
Yeah, but I mean with eating.
Manners. Yep. Chewing with your mouth.
Here we go.
Open.
Here's this. Where does Coca-Cola get their sugar beet? 93.4% of the sugar we use at CCEP, wherever that's at, comes from sugar beet grown in Northwest Europe and Spain.
Oh, wow.
And I think Pepsi uses it.
I think that's why I'm drawn to come over here.
Pepsi uses both. They use cane sugar and beet sugar.
The cane sugar is used in Mexico.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm understanding it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, JMO. Normal chewing is one thing. Or anybody ever watch those two young
oh God, food flying off your lips and oh geez, yeah, that's too much.
You ever see those two they're Japanese, but I think they're mixed, and they live in Japan and they play a guitar. Audrey and another girl. You ever seen them?
No.
They were the one can play the hell out of guitar. The bassist is so, but they seem they're probably 12, 13, just excellent musicians, but they're always burping, and it just seems like they strike me as two ADHD kids.
What country are they from?
Oh, we don't have any problem with it. They're from Japan.
Well, maybe that's part of their culture with the burping and stuff.
That Palestine thing. There's all sorts of examples of the Jews and the Muslims getting along fine over there. It's these extremist groups causing the problems.
Yes, I agree with that totally.
Fucking Hamas.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, but I see I'll run into you'll see people like that though sometimes, where you just wonder how you could be that age with those kind of table manners. You know?
I think it's one thing, like, so when you're at like a dinner with people that, and yeah, you can, like when you can, or like when you can be at home and like grab a bag of chips or whatever, and that's okay. So it's like kind of like a social thing. But like even the people that you see who have like top-notch etiquette, eating with the right forks and, whatever. We, I'm sure they go home every now and then and you'll see them like diving into a bag of chips or like peanuts or whatever else. So I mean, people who
You know
judge
the
other people.
the biggest one I notice, I've seen a lot of people do this, be in a restaurant and use their finger to get something stuck in their teeth.
Is that bad? That's a turn
I
off?
don't like doing
Yeah,
that.
I mean it is if you're with other people and you're dining out, and that's what toothpicks are for later.
I can give you a good for instance on something like that. So I grew up and my father always had a handkerchief.
Uh-huh.
And he'd use it for blowing his nose, obviously.
Yeah. That's so
Aren't those
gross.
so nasty though?
Well, I
Ew.
mean,
Yeah.
that was part of his upbringing, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
I never had a handkerchief, but he
Well,
always
he
has.
ended up in the right state.
Well, he's in
My
Kentucky.
Yeah.
But yeah, went out to dinner with the whole family kind of thing, and someone, significant other, was offended that he blew his nose.
I think it's gross.
Well, I mean, I grew up with my father blowing his nose, so it really didn't matter
right.
to me, And to me, it's not gross. It's just something, I look at it like this, Tom. You're sitting there eating spicy food, and your nose membranes are opening up, and they're running into your, down your lip into your mouth.
Yeah.
Are you going to grab some, tissues, some napkins, and put it up to your face and wipe your nose and your mouth?
I hope so.
And at
Yeah.
some point, possibly blow through your nose to help clear the shit out a little bit and wipe your
Well,
face?
clipping, you're right, Jet. Yeah. Clipping
Do you-
nails in public too. Super rude.
Well, you know what I don't
Does
like
your dad
either?
still think fart jokes are funny?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't tell
You know
many.
what?
Thank God he's
You know
not too
what?
far gone.
You know what I don't like doing is eating with my fingers. Like I'm not a big chicken
No, yeah, it
wing
depends
eater.
what it is.
I don't
You
eat
go
a
out
lot
on a
of.
date and you'll see women, they're trying to do everything right. They'll use a knife and fork for a piece of pizza.
I don't like you like I don't eat the crust of pizza because I don't like eating. I don't. It's just
No,
weird.
it's
Like I
it's
just don't
dead
like
calories.
touching my food. Like it's just like there's
No.
certain things that I do. But I mean, if somebody does eat chicken wings, it's not going to offend me that they're freaking.
No, but
That's just
if
so.
I will tell you this though, I do them. I'll eat them. But if I went out on a date and a girl just started tearing apart chicken wings like a fucking
And
hawk,
look at her fingers and
yeah, I
like,
think it grossed me out.
it's so.
Well, I mean, if your hands are clean and you go into it to eat the chicken wings and then you got barbecue sauce on your fingers, I mean,
That's another one too, barbecue sauce. You see
what
people,
do you
hey,
do?
no, you see people lick the
I like
sauce
you.
off their fingers.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going into it and you already washed your hands and you know you're eating chicken wings,
Yeah, but
I
you would be
mean,
out like with let's say you're on a double date.
okay,
And you
that's
got
different. That's different
why is it different?
because you're trying to be more impressive. But if I'm out with the guys and we're hammering beers and I got some,
No, with guys, it's different. That's true.
yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to.
You're right
Yeah.
about that, Michelle.
And,
Yeah.
and the tips of your fingers, you got hot sauce on them, and
Yeah.
I was just
I,
never
I
a big.
wouldn't I wouldn't order that kind of stuff on a date.
that makes sense.
Well, if you want Michelle, would you go out on a date with a guy and just like it's like I'll take a full rack of ribs?
I should do that.
Look
What
like
do
a
you think
fucking
would
vulture,
you would you want a video? I'll videotape it too. Like I'll
No,
be like
those
outside
would be
the
great
video.
videos. No, if we could do like a prank channel.
Should I like smear it on
Yeah.
myself to see
Yeah.
how like
What kind of ideas you got for me,
Michelle,
Tom? I'm ready.
Michelle, no, it'd be perfect. Michelle, you could just come and be all dressed up and everybody be wondering what you're doing, sitting with
a nice
man,
dress and
everything's going
everything.
great. And then just
Yep.
reach down and wipe your mouth with the tablecloth.
Or
Something off the wall.
or you could do like the young kids do these days. They do something and they take their shirt and they just go like this.
Yeah.
No, like
You know,
I'll get a
would be
date
so
with like a
awesome.
really like rich, well-to-do guy,
Right, Klaus?
right? Go
Yep.
to like a 5-star restaurant, you
Yeah.
know,
Start
like and
wiping
everything.
barbecue sauce on your
Yeah,
shirt.
that'll be
Yeah,
great.
to
That'll be
do
perfect.
something like that.
No, pick up the bowl of soup and slurp it.
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
everything possibly. Oh God,
What
that would be
else? What else
great.
could I do?
No,
Try to.
Michelle, and then like just get a big, like about a 2-inch streak of barbecue
What if
sauce
I?
on your forehead, like
What
you
if I
itch
fart
yourself that you
too? What
never
if I
wiped your
just like
hands.
try to
Get it
fart like
here, and you
really
go like
loud?
this by accident. Smear it right across your own forehead.
And then I'll drink a big thing of like pop or no, I'll get like a pitcher. I'll get like a
No,
big thing of
Michelle,
beer.
put the pop.
I
Ask
was
for a
just,
bowl.
I was
Ask
just,
for a bowl and slurp your pop out of the bowl.
I was just going to say, if she doesn't have any alcoholism problems, I'd be like, can I get a 22-ounce? Just to start it right off. Slam that bitch real quick. I need another one.
Really
No,
bounce really
get it-
loud on a
no,
first
just have
date.
Michelle.
That's the point of it. Yes.
No,
Be
Michelle could
obnoxious.
she could order like 2 shots and a 22-ouncer and just
Yep. Hit one back. Chug the beer.
And then I'll
hit
lift
the
my
other
leg
one.
up.
Yeah.
I'll do like
Oh
all
God!
the disgusting
Stick it up
stuff.
like real
or
high,
just
like you're at the bar.
just ask the server, could you please have the can and just crow.
Slam it and then smash it, crush it.
I'll
I didn't know
go
that
in
was
when they
a
come to
possible.
take it, make a big huge scene that you're really into recycling.
Yeah, that would make the dude that just left really happy.
Yeah, that'd be
Here,
so
we'll-
great. And then your job,
we'll
yeah,
send it-
man, was just to be like, looking down, looking up, trying to, the
Figure out what's
seconds would
going
seem
on.
like hours.
Yep.
We'll set it up
Looking
and
at
like
my
I'll
watch.
make sure I go to
Oh,
like
that would
a
be so great.
like an upscale restaurant with a
Yeah.
guy, and then I'll
Yeah.
just do all this like
That'd be
embarrassing
so
stuff
awesome.
there.
See, that's another one too. Here's another one too that's kind of iffy. Women drinking straight out of beer bottles
And what's wrong with that?
instead of pouring it into a glass. Well, nothing really. But if you sit around at a bar, it's 50-50,
Makes sense.
you know?
Yeah, usually women get like wine or like cocktails, like, and then even
Yep.
if you see women drinking beer too, that could even be a turn off.
Yeah. Or yeah, man, you could just order a bottle of wine. You're trying to impress Michelle, and she just reaches over and drinks it right out of the bottle while you're in the bathroom.
That's right. Like the people, like the drunk women running around with champagne at New Year's, just fucking swinging it right out the bottle.
Yeah, that's so gross.
What could I possibly do? That would be like the most amazing probably YouTube video I could do. Like when they didn't they do a
Oh,
series
you're right.
on that?
You're right. You're right. Jet talks about people. It's rude too. If I'm on a date with somebody, you better not be fucking around with your cell phone. You better turn that fucker off and put it in your purse. That is so rude.
It's funny because I'm looking at my phone, but I'm looking at my phone because I'm looking at the chat in two different places. I'm got it on my screen. I got it over here.
Yeah.
Anything good?
JMO, you sound like are you a little germaphobe? A little bit? Like is everything like spotless where you live and stuff? You're like JMO.
Oh.
She seems like a lot of things bother her when it comes to like, what we've talked about. People drinking out of her glass.
I mean, like
double dipping.
I've seen, well, you know what disgusts me like recently is I went
it's
to a
gross.
restaurant to eat and the utensils were still pretty dirty. There was
No.
even a lipstick mark on the one glass, and I'm like, what is this?
No,
Did
it
they
is
even
gross.
wash?
I'll tell you another thing I've seen people do in restaurants is how they'll bring around like the dessert tray,
Mhm.
as examples. It's like they got like, 12 different things on a thing. I've seen them reach up to grab the one they like.
Good for them.
The guy, the waiter's trying to save his fucking tip. He says, no, let me get you a fresher one, Yeah. It's like they're grabbing the
Sure,
plate.
I'll
They're
take
both
that. That person's a go-getter, man.
That's another thing too. You'll see they'll bring something like, let's say you get a plate of, let's say you get a bowl of like Brussels sprouts, and people will like dip them right out of the bowl for two. and eat them rather than putting like 10 on their own little plate.
Hey, they're saving. Hey, they're saving on water for not. They don't have to wash
So
as many
damn
plates.
gross, man. You know, they say they're small things, but they're not. They're big things. They're turnoffs. You know?
Mhm.
Or like if you and Man went out on a date and you guys had ribs on your first date, and Man had like, you know, a 3/4 inch piece of rib stuck between his front two teeth, would you say anything? Michelle?
Probably. I mean, I'd probably say
You know, there was,
something.
I read that somewhere the other day, or it was a question on the internet. Like if you're with somebody and you know they've got like a whole string bean stuck between,
Right.
would you say anything or not? I don't think I'd say anything.
I once told a guy that I worked with that his fly was down, and he got so embarrassed. And
Well,
I
'cause the
mean, I
woman
did it so
told him.
casual. It was so, but it was just like I didn't make a big deal. Like it's not like I was just like, "Hey, your fly's down," and like he was like mortified, like literally, like
Yeah, I had a sister, and it's like she just went out and camped out places to bring that up to people. She
Oh
wasn't
my
telling you. Yeah, no, she
jeez.
wasn't telling you to like, you know, a good person. Maybe you don't know this, you know, it was like
right.
busting you, and you were just like, you know, nobody wants to see this.
Oh my God, Dr.
Yeah,
Shock. That's crazy.
yeah.
No, but I couldn't believe his reaction towards that. Like he was like pissed and embarrassed, and I'm like, "What? Did you not want me to say anything? Like, did you want me to watch you walk around with your, you know
Yeah,
what I
that's a
mean?
tough one. No,
Like,
but let's take for an example, like you guys were out on a date, and Michelle, you just somehow got like a big like blob of barbecue sauce right on the end of your nose.
hmm
You know, would you say anything, man?
Oh, of course. I'd say, let me get that.
You do think you'd say something?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't
I,
want her to sit there and look stupid.
I don't think I'd
I
say
think
anything.
it's
I would hope that she would just. I'd rather get my ass chewed for not bringing it up and letting them know.
done that. Oh,
To me, it would just seem like super awkward for
Well,
me to
I've
say
done that.
something.
I've done that to people before. I've actually like went back and like yelled at people. They're like, "Well, we saw that like you had that on your leg or like this and that, but we didn't want to like embarrass you or say anything." And I'm like, "So you let me walk around or if you're and you saw it and you didn't say
But do
anything."
you think that's a deal breaker?
not telling them.
No, on a first date, is that a deal breaker in any kind of way? Would that turn you off that she wasn't more careful and that she'd have a big blob of barbecue sauce on her nose?
I mean, that's a good question. I don't know.
Michelle, if Man just had like an inch and a half piece of like pork rib glued to his forehead,
He's really looking at.
would you mention it? And how would you do it? And when would you do it? Right away, or would you muster up enough?
I'd be like I could picture more of like a bean skin, like on your
Yeah,
tooth,
right. Yeah.
and you smile, and it's just on your tooth, and you don't know it's there.
Yeah, that kind of thing, like something
Yeah,
green that sticks out a lot.
yeah, a piece of
I,
salad.
I would just hope that it would. I would just hope. I'll tell you though, if I'm on a date or something like that, I'd be like, I'd run my tongue over my teeth so many damn times. If it was there, it wouldn't be there at the end of that.
Nope.
But would you agree to this, that it does change the complexion of the first date a little?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, what if Michelle was getting up as you left and tripped and knocked over the table next to you with a couple dining, and everything fell on the floor?
I went into Pep Boys the other day to get something, and I was a little stoned, and I almost took out a whole end display.
See, but that's by yourself and stuff. I'm talking about on a first date.
Right,
I think they
right.
just
But
do
still,
more.
there was people in the store, and you kind of look goofy when you're picking shit up. I'm not the type of guy that's gonna go, "Oh, screw that, somebody else can get it."
Yeah,
So I'm picking up these little cans that I just knocked off this display as I
yeah,
turned around, not knowing it was there.
yeah.
I've had to
You know,
help people. It happened quite a bit. Like when I worked at a grocery store, that happens. I've had
all
to
right.
help
You were on
people.
a date. Would that turn you off on people?
So here's the question, Tom. you're on your first date and you're eating in the middle of the meal, and the guy pulls out one of these and starts working his teeth.
Done.
And looks at you and goes, "Do you need one?"
No, done. I'd wonder if this guy was like raised by animals.
There's always a way that you could tell somebody something without being like completely
sign language.
They can be completely embarrassed.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, with me, it would change things a little bit, even though it was like not intentional. It shouldn't have happened. All this shit. You know, it's just a little awkward.
So here's the thing. Here's the deal. It would never be a deal breaker because if I don't know the person completely, like one thing that you do, it's kind of like if you go on an interview for a job, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna screw up. You're gonna say something that's probably not gonna make you sound amazing and just whatever. But that's life, and that's how people are. People aren't perfect.
Yeah.
The human isn't perfect.
No, I know, but I mean, there's just, you know, it's like, it shouldn't, none of that. You know,
you read that last comment, Tom?
Yeah, but it just kind of does something to the date that just like would turn me off. Like if it had some kind of meaning.
My next date that I go on, right? I'm gonna film it and I'm gonna do everything like horribly. Like I'm just gonna make like this and just get the reaction, see if he still like wants to like have a second date. Just be like totally off the wall. Be like, do you still like me now?
See, I would just say it's like I would act like there was no problem and just never call again.
Go there like
no, I'd say stuff like that could happen to anybody. You know,
no shower, messy clothes, hair uncombed. I go to work with my hair uncombed.
Yeah, no way.
I could care less. I'm not there to impress anybody. I'm just there to get money.
But they act like these are just things that I just think some people it bothers a hell of a lot more than others. Some people would just write it off as, well, those things happen. I mean, after all, we're eating, and other people would just, like me, you would just think this is just like, I know it's like not intentional, but it turned me off.
Well, I mean, just like I said, like the whole chicken wing thing and everything. I mean, I'm sure everyone eats chicken wings at one point, but like that's just gross to me.
Yeah, I would never order those on a date, even if I wanted them.
Guess that first date ain't gonna be Buffalo Wild Wings.
No.
It just doesn't like
they're hurting financially, by the way.
Oh, I know they
closed down. Ours closed.
Wow.
They're the ones that made the price of chicken wings go up.
I won't bullshit you. Chicken wings, a big flat, Tyson, or $20.
They opened up a new chicken wing place here called Wingstop. I don't know if you guys have that.
Yep. We got it here in Michigan.
Just got it.
Never order spaghetti on a date. No way.
And guess what? It's doing amazing here. Like it's doing
fast food wings.
Off the wall. People love it.
Fast food wings.
That's the place that I went into, Tom.
Huge plus. Yeah.
And the girl was like, "You do Uber?" She's like, "What are you doing Uber?" She couldn't believe that. Like,
yeah, Jet. Yep. That's crazy. No, it'd turn you off big time. Spaghetti too. I would never order spaghetti on a date. No way.
Well, you just cut it. If you could cut it too.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, when you eat spaghetti, how do you do it, Michelle? You spin it around or cut it?
Usually I spin it around, but it depends on like how messy it is. Like I'll just cut it. Like, but like I've used a spoon before. You know, use a fork and spoon and everything. But
traditional round spoon.
Yeah.
I wouldn't order spaghetti on a first date.
I'm not a big yeah.
On a first date, part of what I would order would have a lot to do with it being a first date. Yeah, big time. Yeah, I think it would. I don't know. I guess I'm maybe too like sensitive to those kind of things. I'm real sensitive to smells too. Like if you, I've met women in my life where you get them over there and you're gonna watch TV or something like that, and they have smelly feet.
Oh, I had a friend of mine, man. He'd come over to my house, take his shoes off. As soon as his shoes came off, it was death.
Yeah,
And we make him put his shoes back on.
couldn't do it.
I can't understand how people live like that.
I don't get it either. I'm a nut about that. Like I'm always putting like sprays, like body spray, sprays in my shoes. I don't like any odors, bad breath. Forget it.
I don't do anything like that, but I change my socks and wash my feet every day. I don't think I've ever had a pair of shoes that smelled.
I
think it's people that where you notice it with women a lot, a warm day during the winter and they're wearing boots.
Well, I don't understand. I work with certain people. They will wear sneakers with no socks, and to me, that's disgusting.
No, it is disgusting.
Your feet are all slimy.
You sure they don't have the lowrider socks?
No, they don't. Trust me.
I wear the lowrider. I wear them because I don't like the look of socks. But the thing is, I know that I've had issues with shoes and stuff, but it's usually after I got them wet, like I was out, like in snow.
That's what I was doing earlier today, washing my damn tennis shoes. I'll tell you this, if you, like once in a while, like I had it happen over the weekend, like I fill up the bird feeders in the morning, and sometimes I'm just lazy. So I got my best shoes, my best tennis shoes, and I'm lazy. And, I just got out of bed, haven't been up, nothing sweating, it's cold. I put those shoes on for 30 seconds, run to the garage, run out to the bird feeder, fill it up, come back in, take those shoes off. I can notice that later. And I didn't have those damn shoes on for 5 minutes. And I just always promise myself I'm not going to do that. But it doesn't take much without socks to make shoes smell.
That's right.
Crazy. You'd think it'd need to be hot out. You need to be walking a long distance and stuff. You don't. And with odors, body odors, you're the last person to know it.
Yep.
I used to go around asking people like all the time, like if I ever got a whiff of anything to smell me, I'm like, dude, just be honest, please. Just be honest with me.
No, when I was living in Chicago, that was a nice health club I went to, and they actually they paid for a service to send anonymous emails to people they had complaints working out with body odor, and told them, look, you're a nice person, love having you around, but your body odor is through the roof. And if it wasn't corrected after like 2 or 3 emails, they'd cancel your membership.
That's crazy.
Yeah, some people don't say anything. Like some people, like,
but I notice it in the grocery store sometimes. You'll walk by people and it's like, my God, man, you must have not.
How it was. Well, that's how it was with me. I'll catch a whiff, like if I'm out in public or something.
No,
I
it's
think
so
it might
gross.
be myself.
It's so gross. Yeah, they did that class. I thought it was a good idea because it was just like, you're the manager of the health club. It's just weird. You're not going to win in any way when you go up to somebody. It was expensive there too, and say, hey, we've got a lot of complaints, embarrassing to them. That's what the theory is behind writing bad checks. Not only are the people embarrassed, they've lost a customer because of it, even if they make good on the check. So it's just something that people don't want to deal with. You're hoping they're going to get this and smell their own shirt and quit doing it. But every year they'd still end up kicking out like 10 people. It finally got to the point where the 3 emails were ignored. And the managers just come up to them privately and say, hey, we got to cancel your membership. We've had quite a few complaints about body odor. I'm sorry. Maybe try us in another year. I mean, it's uncomfortable as hell, but I'm glad they did it. And then you have the other type. 99% of the people at that health club, you'd see these cute women, working out like crazy on a like treadmill or something. They'd smell like $1 million when they'd walk by. I mean, they were very conscious about, what was going on under those circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, it's a little unfair in a gym environment to complain about.
Yeah, but it shouldn't happen if you're changing clothes and taking a shower every day. This is people at 2 or 3 days and trying to stretch it through workouts. And that you just cannot do it. Clothes will like mildew if you ever throw stuff in a clothes basket and you go to wash it. It's like, God damn, same shit. Only they're trying to stretch it out and wear it again. You don't smell your own body odor like another person does.
All right. Well, Because, like I say, like if you're going out to work out, right, and you're being legit, like you're there because I want to freaking get into
Yeah, but you
shape.
shouldn't
You're gonna.
create body odor in the time you'd be there.
I don't
Well,
You
yeah,
shouldn't.
remember
you're
it
gonna work up a
being.
sweat and this and that, but yeah,
Right.
to
It
actually have
shouldn't
an
smell.
odor and
Yeah,
funked
to
up,
actually have
no,
an odor. That's it. Yeah.
no.
I'll tell you another big turn off for me too. I mean, like huge, giant is like if I see hair on a woman's legs. So gross to me.
Guess you're not into those European women.
No. Arm hair, underarm hair, forget it. Somebody told me about a month ago about this cute girl that used to model that goes around, kind of does shit like I do. And I looked at her channel and she was cute. And then I noticed she didn't shave her hair under her arms. No, I wouldn't watch that channel for $1,000,000. I think it's like super gross. I'd rather you just glued a rib bone to your forehead and put a rubber band on it for the rest of the meal. I mean, to me, that's the absolute worst. I don't know why, but I think it's like kind of an autistic interpretation. Like it just supercharges my senses that it's like masculine and dirty and unfeminine. I couldn't be turned off more.
I saw this short the other day, and the joke of the short was it was a guy throwing a chick in a swimming pool, and he had her around the waist, and it was her ass was to his front, and he was gut wrench suplexing her in the pool, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But the funny thing was her legs were hairy like a Sasquatch.
Oh, so gross.
Yeah, it looked just like when you're watching it, and they're just horse playing in the pool, and it's like, oh my god, that's disgusting.
I think it's disgusting. What do you think of that, Michelle?
I mean, so I did see a girl one time that I used to work with, and she like lifted up her arms, and I saw a bunch of like complete, like it wasn't like, oh, you didn't, you forgot to shave. This was like, no, I don't think she shaves under there at all, like a
Gross.
man, And I was like, that's kind of gross. But I mean, with guys are never perfectly groomed anyways,
No.
for the most part.
That
Like
Are we
even the
supposed to
even the ones
be?
with money, even the ones with money, like
Or,
even the ones like you'll be like, okay, well that doesn't look right or this doesn't look right. But I mean, I just go with it. Like there's nothing like the only thing that I could say is probably like a major turnoff that a guy could do is like farting and stuff. Like
so
freaking
gross. That'd be such a deal breaker. I bet JMO would like call the FBI if you farted.
the federal police comes. The federal. Excuse
Yeah.
me. Like
Yeah.
I mean, like
No, it's so
belching
gross
too.
though. I mean,
Belching's
we,
hey,
we
gross.
talked about that about a month ago, that even like an accidental fart, like bending over and tying your shoe or some shit like that, and if it would turn me off. I know it's crazy.
Well,
I don't think I've ever. I think it'd come out my ears before I'd do one in the presence of an early date.
I actually had a condition where like I belched like almost after like anything I ate or drank.
Yeah, but
Luckily, it
I'll
went
bet you money
away.
you were smart enough to tip people off. It's like, hey, I got these gastrointestinal problems.
It was
I'm not
so.
from
And one
Kentucky.
I like ran so that like I didn't do it around people, and then
Yeah.
my one boss comes up to me. He's like, "It's okay." He's like, "Just burp if you have to." He's like, It's fine." I'm like, "No, it's embarrassing." Like I was sitting there like embarrassed, like running off into like the cooler or whatever. But I mean, like the thing is it's not like attractive. Like when
No,
do
it's
you
not.
see like
But
someone burp?
couldn't you catch it before it came out?
Not always. Like literally, like I
Yeah.
would
See,
start.
but you're smart enough. I think you'd
No,
tell people it's like, hey, I want
luckily,
to let you know right now I got this
well,
weird gastro, and then I
I
wouldn't give a
think
fuck about it.
I think I am so happy that I don't have to deal with it anymore. I'm so glad it went out, it cleared up and everything.
Yeah.
And because it was horrible, like it was gross. Like here I was just everywhere, like belching, like because I couldn't help it. It wasn't because I was trying to like actually do it, but I mean,
Now,
I don't
if
know.
I got like if I knew it was like a something like that, and they clued me in, it wouldn't mean a damn thing to me.
Yeah,
But if you
true.
were just doing that shit and never said anything, I think this is
Just
a
like
deal
just letting
breaker.
it loose, like just being like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the fart thing though, it's like, it's like we talked about this about a month ago. If that happened to me on a date, I would act like it didn't happen. but it would turn me off. I think like I'm like JMO in a way with like, eating and stuff like that. Like, but certain things, like I think I would say I'd probably overreact. Speaking of that, when Infala was on here, he was talking about like being autistic and like sounds and shit like that. Were you on here when he was talking about that?
Yeah.
I just wonder what he'd do with a fucking fart in a day. It sounded like it'd like give him a heart attack or something.
Well, no, see, if he's anything like my son who has autism,
No, but
it's
not him
usually
farting, but hearing one.
no, like my son, it's loud. It's usually loud noises and like bright lights and
Yeah,
loud
for loud
noises.
noise and bright lights. That's exactly what Infla said. But if Infla like was on a date and he heard a big rip roaring fart, he's such a kind, pure, nice guy. But he's like, he's got some of these attributes of autism, and sound is one of them. It would sound like a depth charge. And he says like sometimes he has a problem understanding like if they're kidding or serious or whatever. I just wonder how I'd react to a big old fart.
If I got a fart, I leave the room.
Yeah, I would too. I bet a JMO, God. JMO, remind me if I ever meet you to get a used NASA spacesuit and a couple walkie-talkies.
If you go to her house, make sure you turn on the fan, get some
Yeah, and a couple
poopery,
walkie-talkies. Yeah, and you ain't kidding, man.
get some
Turn on the fan.
poopery,
I
turn the
hope.
fan down.
I'm afraid to ask JMO, but how do you feel about pissing in the sink?
With those urinal protocols, you allowed to
Oh yeah.
rip farts
No,
into
I bet
urinal
if you
or
were,
what?
I bet if you were over at JMO's house in the bathroom, I've had this happen before, where it's right next to like the little room where you watch TV. You got to piss like a fucking racehorse. You're going in,
Turn the sink on.
climb up on the sink, piss in this damn sink, because it's going to happen. If you do it in the toilet, it's going to sound like these little cheap ass, doors, those cheap wood doors you get for those rooms that we're adding on. You get in there and it's like, oh shit, man, should I make up some bullshit and go out to my car like I got you a gift, or I think I left my
Go piss outside?
Yeah, because I know over at like JMO's house, if you were in that room and she was sitting on the couch watching the thing, I mean,
Are you talking about letting them hear you piss?
Yeah, shy kidneys, it's called. I'm not.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking about.
Turn the shower on.
I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about not. I would be worried about it. That's true, but I would be more worried about knowing her. Would she be thinking? You'd be like having to like go to French. I'd be piping out a window through a carry around a rubber hose when I went over there or something, because I bet that shit would drive her crazy.
That's too funny.
But seriously, honestly, tell the truth on this. So you're dating, you're having a good time, you like this girl, you like her, you go over, you watch TV. Same scenario. You got the little add-on room where the TV's at, and then you got a little tiny, half bath right next to the thing. And you go in there, and she says, "Excuse me," and then you go in there, and it sounds like Secretariat pissing.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Would that turn you off?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
If she was pissing.
Yeah, and it sounded like Secretariat.
Yeah, because it sounds like she just whipped it out and didn't sit down, and if something's up, I didn't know about.
No, but have you ever been around a horse when it pissed? I mean, it's loud. It's like wow.
I understand what you're saying.
And if you just had a feminine girl and you were attracted to her, and she just went in the bathroom, you hear the door shut, and like all of a sudden your hearing's like crank the fuck up, like a hot dog or something. You're thinking, this is going to go.
It could be a turn off. Yeah.
It would turn me off. Do you think that's like overreacting, Michelle?
No, I mean,
how about this? If you knew that situation, just like I described, and you had to go to the bathroom, would you just slip in there and try and like get that ass about a half inch above the water, squirt it against the side so it ran down? Would you be conscious of how much noise you would be making with the guy outside?
I would probably turn the sink on while I'm going, or like turn the shower on. Like,
I dated some chick that would.
No, but I like this. This is a great answer.
I dated some chick that would do that. Turn the shower on, pretend like she didn't poop.
No, but Michelle, you turn the water on first?
Yeah.
And would you try to be quiet as possible?
Sure.
Yeah,
God
see, I
forbid
think
you'd
so
want to
too.
hear
I
that
think so
big
too.
old log hitting the water.
No, but
Kaboom.
who's pooping on a fucking first date?
I'd be like, hey, I gotta go.
Yeah, I would
And
too.
I'd be going home,
Well,
going to take it, or I'd make sure
also
I took a dump before I went.
well, it also
Yeah, it doesn't
depends
work
on
that way
like
though. You could
where
get
the
excited. You know, like when you come into an empty house and no one is.
Right, right. And all of a sudden you're clenching your ass cheeks. You got to shit real bad.
You're walking like you're getting electrocuted.
That happens to me when I walk into a new car dealership. I got to
No,
crap
yeah,
all
no,
of a
I know.
sudden.
Yeah, no, I know.
It's all nerves.
Yeah, but it's good nerves. It's like the house is empty.
Yep.
You know, I don't know why what stimulates that like that. But if you were on a Michelle, if the same thing, the same scenario, the room I explained, and you were with a guy and you just heard two big things, it sounds like he was dropping bricks in the water. Kaplash! You know, would that turn you off?
That's too funny.
I would probably start laughing at him.
You think
Now,
you would?
if I
Do you think he could
smell
bullshit his way out of that?
if I smell anything, that would probably be the turn off.
Oh, you'd smell something for sure. Although, if you're dating at that stage of the game, you'd have to have like a whole case of airspray in there.
Well, I actually have the poopery stuff that you spray in the toilet.
She
Yeah.
said poopery.
That's what it's called, poopery. You
It's called
spray it in the
Potpourri.
potpourri.
No, it's poopery.
Then you're buying some knockoff brand.
No, this is poopery.
Yeah, but I
and you're
just
like,
see this is the part I don't get because I don't care what's at stake. There's no way that I'm going to be over to Date's house and taking a big dump watching a movie.
Well, I can see this one. So, Michelle, you're out on a date, and the guy says, "Can we go? We want to go back to my place." And you're actually into it. So you're like, "Yeah, we could go back to your place." And then you get there, he's got a one bathroom, and he says, "I got to go to the bathroom." And so do you, though. But he runs in the bathroom, and he shits, and he comes out real quick, and then like you got to go in there right behind him.
oh
Yeah, that'd
jeez,
be
I would be so upset. Like I
yeah.
would be like, yes, this isn't going anywhere tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, he just turned you off. I
But
bet.
do you think he could you could survive it? Would you give him another shot?
Now that you've smelled his shit.
It would
It
be
would
so gross.
it would depend on how we got along the whole night. Like if it wasn't going that well the rest of the night, like you know what I mean? Like you could
Yeah,
I
yeah.
probably wouldn't want to do anything with him
You know what the
after
funny part
smelling
Would you
that.
have enough balls to come out and say, "My God."
I would. Oh, I would. I'd be like, what just happened in there?
Well, you know what would be the funnier part
Yeah,
would
that would
be
turn me off so bad.
if you both showed up at his house and you ran in the bathroom first, turned the shower on, took a quick shit, and turned the shower off, and then came out, and he went in there and he could still smell yours.
I would spray.
It's so gross.
I keep spray in my purse. I would spray it. I'd be like,
Well, they said in the side chat that
you think
have
that
the
spray could
pooper.
take care of that good enough?
well, this one, okay, so this is what this one does. So you spray it before you go to the bathroom in the toilet, and then you go to the bathroom, and then you spray it again, and like literally you can't smell any. It smells like
Literally,
flowers.
you can't smell it anymore.
That's yeah, amen. Amen.
The JMO said Michelle carries the travel size poopery.
Yep, she's right.
That's smart.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. That's a good idea.
I guess poopery is an actual thing.
No, but
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
telling you, man, you could offer me $2 million and I'm not taking a crap at any girl's house.
I mean, it would
Not
probably
happen.
kind of like an emergency situation. Like, dude, either I got it. You know what I mean? Like, like it would probably be like I ate bad food or something.
I
Because
can remember.
it
How about
probably,
this? Here's an honest question. I can remember when I was young, like in college and shit, we'd take a damn shower before I banged them. They wanted to take a shower too.
you should take a shower before you have. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, it's not
that's a
always
good
like that
thing.
convenient.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Uh,
that's a little
it doesn't
like
take.
weird
It does.
too.
No, it's not. It doesn't take much to, 5-minute shower before you. That's
Do the
normal.
nasty.
Yeah, that's
But
normal.
JMO's put a different. It's still not called poopery.
Well, that's why I was questioning. Does it have its
Pooery.
own?
Oh, she said poo-pooery.
Yeah.
But the website doesn't, that must just be an abbreviation then. Courtesy flushing. Yeah, no, you're right, Jen. Agree with that. Yeah.
Courtesy flushing. Does that really work? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, if I had to urinate bad, I'd flush it first and probably pee in the sink.
Pee in the sink? Jesus.
I would. Because you can't hear anything there. You're right next to the drain. And the
I'm
water.
keeping you out of my half bath.
Hey man, hey man, what are you upset about? It's another 3 feet of pipe.
Hey, where'd Tom go? Oh, he's in there pissing in the sink.
Well, that's the old joke when they want to know if you're Scottish or not. Do you piss in the sink and dry your hands on the curtains?
Dry your hands on the curtains.
No, but hey, I'll tell you this: almost every guy I know has done that.
Dried their hands on the curtains.
Pissed in the sink at a girl's house.
I believe it.
What's such a big deal about that?
As long as you're not leaving
3 feet from where the toilet
right. As long
is.
as you're not leaving like piss all over the sink.
No, you're not. No, it's like you're getting
okay.
that right down there, a half inch from the drain. You turn the water on too.
Oh.
Well, I mean, here's a way to look at it when you're talking about pissing in the sink. What do you do if a woman tells you go wash your shit off before you bang her? Like instead of a shower, where are you going to go wash it off?
I have a bidet.
Well,
I have a bidet.
I mean, what if you don't have a bidet?
What is that exactly, a bidet? You just like sit squat on it?
You sit on it and then
And it
just
squirts
sprays
water up?
Water, yeah. It's kind of weird though. You got to get used to it. It's not like the most like
So do you really think it cleans all the poop away?
It helps, but the thing is like.
Do you still have to wipe?
You're not supposed to, but like I do because it still doesn't feel right. But like
because you're wet afterwards.
I know. Well, I know people who've used the bidet and who've gotten their shirts all wet from it because they didn't know how to use it right and like made big messes out of the whole thing. They think it's a toy. It's funny. It's fun. It's funny actually.
I didn't even. Is this like common?
Certain country. It's like a ethnic thing.
I thought it was Europe. I thought it was Europe.
It is Europe, and it is some Latin countries. And there's like in New Jersey, where I grew up, there was no bidets. But then I went to Linden to this guy's house that I worked with, and he was Latino, and the house had a toilet and a bidet right next to it.
Were there chickens running around the upstairs?
No. But the bidet looks like an oversized toilet.
Yeah.
And you sit on it and it washes your ass.
It sounds like bullshit to me.
Well, I have a friend that actually has one that's a toilet seat now. They got the kind that's a toilet seat, Tom. So the toilet seat's warm for you, and then you use it to wash your butt. You know, like after you're done crapping and you don't feel clean, that's why people have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that many people have them.
Like in my opinion, when I wake up in the afternoon and I'm going to get in the shower, I sit on the can for a minute to see if I got to poop. And if you got to poop, you got to poop. But then you're going to get in the shower. Other than wiping my ass, I'm going to get in the shower and wash my ass. So keeps keep your ass clean.
Oh, I'd never even seen one of those things like in Home Depot or anything.
Really?
Mm-mm. But I knew they existed like in Europe.
Yeah, well, there's the actual whole size looking toilet kind of bidet, and then there's like the toilet seat bidet where you actually bolt it on to your toilet, and it has the spraying mechanism and the seat warmer and all those cool functions.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yep. Huh.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. Like I don't always use that.
Did that come with the house, or did you get it later?
No, it came with the house.
Okay, but you would have never bought one, would you?
Probably not. I mean,
so is it like separate plumbing next to the toilet?
No, it's just
some are and some aren't.
I mean, I don't know if it's connected or what. I don't know. I'd have to really go look at it.
No. Is it on the toilet?
Yeah.
Well, that's what he's asking. He's asking.
Oh,
it's not two separate.
Yeah.
I've seen them, Tom, where they're built in the house where your toilet and the bidet is right next to it.
No. Yeah.
And the bidet actually looks
But
like a big sink you would sit on.
I don't
How
know.
about this, Michelle? You go over to a
No.
guy's house, everything's going great, and you plug the drain with a big giant turd, and the water starts coming out over the top.
So get this. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh at this one. That happened to me before.
Come
And
on.
I was like, "What?" But it wasn't at a guy's house.
Oh,
Luckily, it was like it was at like a public it was a public restroom.
I had that
And
happen one time.
I was
Once.
so embarrassed.
Once.
I was
That's
like,
when you just leave.
I did. I ran out of there. I was so embarrassed. I couldn't believe it. And then I got in the car with my husband at the time and I told him what happened. He starts laughing. Like he's like, haha, suckers, have them clean. I was like, I can't believe that just happened in there. Come
See,
on,
but I
let's
think
get
the
out.
kind of emergency crap you'd have to take at another person's home wouldn't be that kind of poop. It'd be like eating something at the restaurant, or it wouldn't be one of these Steakator specials that make 3 rings around the toilet. You look in there and it's like there's no way.
It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing though.
There's no way that thing is going down that little hole. And some of these, like these newer toilets that are saving on water, that's part of the problem.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that bottom part where the water swirls down needs to be about 8 inches around if that's all the water.
Hey everyone, come on Tom's chat. It's 12:43. We're talking about poop and bodily function.
Yeah, but you just wonder how many people get caught in this kind of dilemma.
Hey, Elvis.
I think if you're old enough, it's happened to you at least once at some point of your life.
Yeah.
Like,
look at what JMO. That's more great advice. I tell you, I've reached in there and dug that motherfucker out by hand. It's an emergency. Really, man. It's like it's so damn embarrassing.
Honestly, you gotta do what you gotta do, because I remember growing up and the toilet, the pipe backup going out to the street in our basement, and my dad stick his fucking arm right up in there through the pipe, pull the shit out, toilet paper and crap, and
gross.
Clear the line. What are you gonna do? Then you go up and take a shower.
Michelle, do you think, Michelle or yeah, man, would you ever have enough balls to just leave it there and not say anything?
In what situation and where am I at again?
You're at a first date's house and you've clogged the toilet with a big giant turd.
They're gonna know it was you. So
yeah,
you might as well fess up, because they're gonna know it was you.
Michelle doesn't think that way. She took off.
You open up the door and you go, "Hey, where do you keep the plunger?"
Oh, it'd be so super embarrassing.
Yep. Yeah. Michelle, where do you keep the plunger?
Oh, I'd be like, "Oh, are you kidding?"
Nope. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Yeah, man.
Or how would you feel? Okay, so you find a way to just, let it go. Just let it go. You like
toilet brush. Oh God. And JMO, then the toilet brush is all brown and nasty looking.
No, those things they're not that great.
Yeah,
it's always some little how about the one that's like not a real plunger? It's that like plastic crinkly looking thing that gets smaller as you get down to the bottom, and you're supposed to take the place of a plunger, but they're cheaper and supposedly more sanitary. Yeah, but I think just by flushing more than once, you're fucked.
They're gonna have every date's gonna have the potty police going on.
Yeah.
How many times
you go over there to the house the next time, Michelle, and they got a brand new big giant plunger, hasn't even been used.
Yeah.
They knew you were coming.
You know what?
No, it's weird.
I think a good thing to do on the first date is just to be as gross as you can possibly be. So if they still
would be a deal breaker.
No. If they still like you for the worst
it
that
doesn't
you
work
possibly
that way.
could be,
it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Oh.
That's
then
another
you don't have
thing
anything to worry about. When they find out how you actually are in your house by yourself.
Yeah, but they're going to find it. But there's a protocol for that. I mean, they're going to eventually find out, down the road. But the first date's like a whole other animal. that's when, for whatever reason, things aren't supposed to go that way.
True.
It just turned me off so bad. Yeah, thanks. I know like millions of people that pissed in the sink before, like, under circumstances like that. You just don't want to go in there. You look down, the toilet's there. You pull up the damn lid. You look down. There's like a, inch of water, and you're fucked. Or no, that's the bad one. The bad one is where the water's up high, like maybe 2 inches from the lip of the bowl, and you're fucked. There's no way that you're going to be able to urinate between like that 1.5 inches and the water. And if it hits the water, you're done. It's just like loud. I mean, it just sounds like rain coming out of a spout during a thunderstorm. I just couldn't do it. I'd rather get busted for pissing in the sink, which you don't, because you just like, you got that going before you even do that. It's like a lot of water washing that out. And then you wash your hands on top of it, let it run a little extra longer. Nobody's going to know. Besides, it's only 3 feet down to those pipes meet anyway. They're all going to the sewer anyway, 3 feet down from the sink.
But it's a sink. It's not the toilet.
Yeah, but so what? It's clean. It's like it's going out the meeting the pipe 3 feet.
But the urine's not clean.
Tom, do you like?
It is clean when you first urinate.
Do you pee in the shower as well?
Yeah.
It does.
Do you, Michelle?
No.
It's only going right into the other pipe that's 2 feet away.
I've never peed in the shower.
I mean,
I'm consistent.
Oh, you're gonna start?
Tom's like, if
No,
there's
I
a
do.
drain,
No, I'm just asking her.
Okay.
Is she gonna start pissing in the shower? Or
She's pissed in the shower before, I guarantee you.
she's just denying it, guys.
No, I know JMO would think this is like, should be a capital offense.
The
Urine
old man
sterile.
with the
It's not
diabetes
sterile.
allowed
There
pissing.
is bacteria, but it's nothing that's going to hurt you, which is why there's like millions of golden shower videos and shit, especially in Europe. It's not going to do shit. You guys are acting like I'm fucking, spraying a can of aerosol COVID before I leave.
Well, here's my
fucking urine in a drain, fuckers.
The reason I'm against, and I don't piss in the sink. I mean, here's my question.
I'll tell you why you don't piss in the sink.
Let me ask you.
Your girlfriend. You don't have no reason to do anymore.
Well,
we're talking about first dates, fucker.
Yeah, that's true. First dates. I got to think about that.
Oh, JMO. Oh, you have peed in the shower? Oh, good for you. She's wondering about you. Congratulations.
There ain't a damn thing wrong with peeing in the shower, I don't think.
I know a guy that lost his job as a big executive in a hospital he got a hip replacement.
Yeah.
And they put 2 and 2 together somehow, and he admitted to peeing in the sink during his rehab. He got canned.
What?
Yeah. He did.
Why wouldn't he go to the urinal?
Yeah, he said it was like farther away and harder to dip down. He'd had hip surgery, but he lost his job over that shit. What? But JMOs, you really don't have much of a argument for bacteria with urine, freshly expelled urine.
That's true.
Yeah. So I don't see what the big fucking deal is. But JMO says, well, yeah, she wouldn't like that. But let's say you're over like JMO's house. You're fucked either way. She's going to be turned off. I mean, you'd never be taking her out again if she knew you pissed in the sink. So you'd have to be really like stealth about it.
So on the
but if
first
she
date,
hurt you in there pissing like a racehorse, she wouldn't like that either. So you're fucked either way.
But I would think she'd be more worried about what's going on if we were the size of a racehorse, because we sounded like a racehorse.
No, but when you're in a bathroom like that with those cheap little wood doors, weird. You can just be peeing normal and like acoustics and
Wait a minute, you flip out. LA says she flips out if her husband rinses his dentures in the sink. Yuck.
See, I don't see what the problem is.
It's a sink.
So what? A sink? What do you think's coming off your hands?
What are
fucking
where are you supposed to wash them?
Yeah, there's all sorts of bacteria and shit.
Take them to the bathroom, I guess. Do it in there. Did she specify which sink it was? Kitchen sink, yeah.
See, but you'd find if you had half a brain, it's like gays finding out if you're straight or gay. Once you got around JMO, if you were interested and like you were young and you were both dating, if you had half a brain cell firing, you would ascertain all these things way ahead of time. You'd be on your damn, major stealth mode. You'd know that, she'd be never going out with your ass again. She busted you pissing in the sink. So you'd do an extra top-notch job turning the water on, making sure emptying half the hand thing of soap in down there, drying it maybe with a towel. I mean, you'd be on your A game at her house.
She might not have curtains in the bathroom.
Yeah, no, you'd be like doing that. You'd be really, you would figure out what, she was kind of like this, and you'd be on your A game. I mean, I know women that if they thought you did it, they'd understand, and they could understand you being self-conscious about not wanting them to. It's called shy kidneys.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think too, like as long as you're not making a mess, like as long as you put the toilet seat down, we're good. Put the toilet seat down, you guys.
No, I know what
Clean
I know.
everything
I
up.
got a major argument with a girlfriend I had at Michigan State, her roommate, and she made the biggest fucking deal about that. She talked like, she almost drowned because of me. I left the toilet seat open. Big fucking deal.
Oh, she sat down and fell in the bowl.
Right.
That's just terrible.
I mean, is that big of a deal?
That damn feminists.
You're supposed to look down there. What's your bitch about it, Michelle?
Just put the toilet seat down.
Yeah, but I mean, is it that big a deal if you put it down or they put it down?
Well, it doesn't look right with it up anyways. It just looks like...
But that's a woman's opinion.
Right.
Oh.
Just
yeah, but so you're looking at it as kind of a form of etiquette.
Well, I mean,
oh
like,
God, Boca.
showing the underneath of the toilet seat too and everything. It's just like, I don't know.
Well, it depends on if it's clean or not. Unless you got the shitty runs and they're splashing up.
That's
all
another
over
thing
the
too. I've
bottom
been
of the
over to
seat.
women's house before, where of course.
Oh, I know exactly where you're going.
Yeah. They say a good rule of thumb on women's hygiene is to look in their purse and their car when they're not watching.
And their car.
That's going to be a pretty good idea on how their hygiene is.
That's
but
false.
I've been over women. You go. I've been over at a women's house where they had like a roommate, a female roommate, and you go over there for a date, and that toilet seat probably hasn't been up since who knows when, and you like pull it up, and there's just.
Come on. Really,
yeah.
Tom?
No, it looks like you took like Ringo Starr, gave him a crew cut, and then got a ceiling fan and just blew it all. It's so gross.
Oh, that's gross. Oh God, it's great.
I mean, they obviously, and I know other women too. You go over their house, everything looked brand new. Whether it was in the refrigerator, they'd have 20-year-old tennis shoes look like they came out of the box. That's the kind I want. They had a spot on underwear. You were never going to see it. That fucker got took right to the dump in its own bag.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's just,
I agree. I agree. Cleanliness, man.
No, it's just just like spots on girls' underwear and shit.
I've met
gross.
women. I've met women who haven't had the cleanest cars, but their hygiene was fine.
No, yeah, it can happen too. But I'm just saying this is like, just if there's nothing out there and you're trying to get an idea what's going on, that's a great place to start.
Your car tells everything about you.
Yeah, it's just a good indicator. But I've been over women's house before, and they're or even go in their refrigerator. And it's like like baked beans.
Oh, I just watched this video where the family's going through the fridge, arguing with the mother, all the dates. This is 4 years old, for Christ's sakes, and the kids are cleaning out the fridge for it, throwing all this shit away.
It's so super gross. Like if you went over to Michelle, if you were dating, you get to know a guy, you decide to spend the weekend over there. You go in his freezer and there's like meat in there that expired 8 years ago.
Oh, Jesus. Somebody tried to give me a brisket like that.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, well, we know it's good. It's been in the freezer for a long time, but yeah, we know your power was out multiple fucking times.
Yeah, that's what I always do.
No, that's the truth. We knew their power had been out a couple times, and then they're trying to give away, stuff. And we're like, I don't want that. Your power was out.
Yeah, Jess might not know that. I mean, if you ever, that's kind of an old saying, piss like a racehorse. And it's true. If you've ever been around a horse, have you ever been around one? I mean, it sounds like it's super loud. It's like,
oh yeah, that and cows.
Like a fire hose. Yeah, cows, all that shit. Yeah, that's how you describe it, like piss like a racehorse.
For a 2,000 pound
sticky door
animal.
I bet JMO is like totally anal about like touching door handles in bathrooms. I bet she's got a paper towel or toilet paper between her hand and the handle always, don't you, JMO?
Oh God, there's a TikTok going around about when you're low on toilet paper, you just take the one sheet, you cut a hole in the middle, you stick your finger through, you wipe your ass with your finger, and then you pull the paper off to wipe your finger.
What?
Yes. Yes, it's this black man doing this, and he shows you he don't wipe his ass, but he puts the toilet paper with his finger through the toilet paper, and he says, then you wipe your ass, and then you grab the toilet paper and you pull it off your finger to clean your finger.
Oh, gross.
And that's how you conserve on toilet paper.
Hey, JMO, does like smelly socks and bad breath, is that a big killer for you too? Stuff like that. Yeah, it's funny. You talk to some people and it doesn't really bother them at all. That
it doesn't bother me that much in the sense if I'm just talking to somebody, but if I'm wanting to date them or what, I mean, I talk to people all the time and their breath smells like coffee or whatever else,
gross.
like code, but like, I don't know.
Are you willing to say to them, hey, your breath smells like coffee?
No, I usually don't. I usually don't mention if someone's breath smells. It's weird. I'll mention other things, but like,
yeah, no, it's crazy, isn't it? Oh, it changes. Yeah, but I mean, you would know enough, like when you go to like interviews and shit like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't show up for an interview smelling like weed.
No, but I keep a bottle of mouthwash and stuff around.
Yeah. Altoids.
Yeah. Yep. I have a super strong sense of smell myself. Crazy. Yeah.
At least you have your smell. I know people who don't have their smell at all.
Yeah, I think I'm really sensitive to that. There's a term for that. People, they say it runs in redheads, light-skinned people, good smell and taste. Yeah. Yeah, breath smells. Yeah, it's totally gross.
Absolutely, Faye. It's like I could tune up the band with my buddy the mayor. He'd be handing me Altoids. Here, have an Altoid. Or a gummy.
Hey, at least you try to help
it's
them
not
out.
everybody, but that is a sign. Pain tolerance too. Oh, the ideal smell. I'll tell you exactly how the ideal. Like constantly have nice perfume on. Nails, makeup.
I work with some women, Tom. I drive a forklift, and man, you could ride up 10 feet away and you could smell them.
Yeah.
And they don't smell bad. They don't smell bad.
Right. No, yeah. That's how it is like in health clubs.
And these are women that are working on the assembly line where your
they're
heart rate's up, you're sweating a little.
Yeah, they're super conscious about it. They don't want to smell bad to men.
Yeah, we have very few people in the assembly plant that smell.
But I'll tell you this, I think this too. I couldn't prove it to you, but I think if you took like 1,000 women that were single and out in the hunt for a relationship, and you took 1,000 that had been married 20 years, that shit drops off later on compared to the ones that were still in the hunt for a relationship. It isn't like it was I notice it with Spanish women, Hispanic women. Man, they will not leave that fucking house with greasy hair and no makeup. They always look like top notch, no matter if they worked a double shift the night before or what.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It seems to be a real priority with Hispanic women, you know? Yeah, it's weird.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think if you
Good night.
if you're with somebody, I don't think you focus as much about every single aspect of how you look. I mean, you always want to look nice and everything, but I don't think
Yeah, but you know what?
go.
That changes when I still say it takes when you're out of the hunt, it drops off.
I can agree with that. Like,
I
I
mean,
don't worry. Go
I've
ahead.
known women who never needed to wear makeup. They were just that pretty without
Oh yeah.
makeup. No, I've known women, like, I'm not saying I'm
Yeah, I
one
mean
of
1
them,
out
but
of 10 billion.
It's like my opinion is if I can't wake up next to you with no makeup on, if you know, it's hideous and scary or whatever the hell's
Yeah,
going
but
on,
makeup helps like huge. I've met women in my
and
life. I didn't even recognize
eyebrows, makeup
makeup.
and eyebrows.
Low eyebrows. I don't like big bushy eyebrows.
No, I dated a chick. She had no goddamn eyebrows.
oh
I'd rather
geez.
have that than those
Yeah, she
big
had to
like
get on
caterpillar.
every day and paint her face on. And very rare you see her without her face painted on, as I would call it. Because let me tell you something: when a woman ain't got no goddamn eyebrows, because they would never stop plucking them, and it's gotten to the point where they have to paint their face on every day, it gets bad.
I saw a girl actually today making a delivery, and she had the same issue. Like, I think that's what she does because she came to the door. She didn't care about me. I don't think she was trying to impress me at all. She didn't have any makeup or hair, pajamas, everything. And she didn't have eyebrows either. I'm like, oh, it makes a woman look weird without
Oh,
eyebrows.
yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, but there's a big range of eyebrows with women.
yeah, but some could look hideous if they ain't
But I
got.
like the thin ones. Not like there's 2 blondes that play basketball for Miami. I don't really find them that attractive, but they're promoting them and they're getting those nil contracts from sponsors, and they're both basketball players at Miami. And those eyebrows. It's like, how in the hell can you be promoting this with eyebrows? Is there like a massive fetish crowd for this shit? They
For
look like
eyebrows,
Groucho.
yeah,
Yeah, there is.
yeah.
Yeah, because it's like Groucho Marx caterpillar eyebrows
That's
on
like
both of them. They're twins.
I go to Southwest for my haircut, and when I went and got my haircut the 2 weeks ago was when I went. The guy actually trims my eyebrows down, and if I want, he will edge them.
Huh.
Yeah,
You don't go to that one there in Burner, do you?
I told you where I go, across the street from the taco by the bar, right off of. Oh man,
Burner?
yeah, no, down Verner, turn right at the
Dick's?
inter. No, not Dick's. It's right off of 75 by the McDonald's. Damn,
Oh, yeah, I know where
you
you're
know the
talking about.
road.
Yeah.
It's one of the major cut throughs off of
Yeah, it is.
75.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know where you're
Springwell,
talking.
Springwell.
Yeah, Springwell's. Yeah.
Yeah, Springwell, down by where the taco truck is,
Okay.
in that empty lot.
Okay.
And then basically from there, if you keep going towards 75, you go under the underpass, and then there's that
Right.
McDonald's right there.
There's an
El,
Italian
El,
restaurant there.
yeah, El Padrino.
Okay.
No, you're talking about Dick's over by the Union Hall, if you know where I'm talking
Yeah, I know
about.
where that's at
That
too.
that Italian restaurant, and that place is actually called. Damn, I should know off the top of my head, but I'm drawing a blank.
It's a high-end Italian restaurant.
Yes. They
But
got
there's an Italian restaurant down there, that barber too.
okay. I'd have to look around
Yeah.
because this is in Southwest Detroit, way down
Yeah.
Springwell.
Yeah. Yep.
Because like that's the taco truck. I think I told you the last time we were on panel. That's where the
Why
guy
do you
got
go way
killed.
down there? Why do you go way down there?
When I first moved here, I was living in Melvindale, and a buddy of mine took me. I was living in a guy's basement, renting out his basement. And one day he come hollering, "Come on, let's go! Come on, let's go! You're coming with me! You're coming with me!" And I'm like, "Where the fuck we going?" I get in the car with him. He drives himself with his truck. He goes, "We're going for a haircut." I mean, I don't have a problem with getting a haircut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was like my first experience of going and getting a haircut and shave and all of that stuff.
Where was that at in Melvindale you were living?
Off of Dick's, behind. There was a car collision shop just south of Outer Drive.
Oh, okay.
And I was like 2 blocks in behind that collision shop.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, that was Melvindale. From Melvindale, I wound up in Romulus.
Oh, okay.
From Romulus, I wound up at 28 Mile in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights.
Oh, okay.
And then from there, I wound up in Willis.
Willis is cool.
Willis was cool. I lived right across the street from the airport, and I could sit there and watch the biplanes take off.
Yeah, yep.
And that I actually had, I uploaded a few that I had recorded way before I ever did YouTube. But that could have been a good niche for me to just set up with some really good cameras and take video of people taking off and stuff.
Yeah.
Because that runway run down with Rossonville Road.
Yeah, that wasn't Willis, was it?
Yeah, it was Willis. Yeah.
You talking about the old Moody Airport?
I'd have to find out the exact name, but it was right at the intersection of Willis and Elwell.
Okay, is it still open?
Yeah, the last I remember, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I lived in that's what I did to move out of Wayne County.
Oh,
I
okay.
moved to Willis, and I was right on the corner because that intersection right by me, it's split up more than one county.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, you went one way, it was Wayne County. You went the other way, it was the next county.
Because Willow runs Wayne County.
Yeah, but yes, but when you go south and west, where
Right.
I was in Willis, I was no longer in Wayne County.
I thought that was Sumter Township.
It is Sumter, yes, Sumter. Sumter's
Okay.
part of Wayne, and Belleville. But where I was the city of Willis, and that like the intersection, my corner of the intersection was in a different county.
Did they have that barbecue place there then?
Oh yeah, I know where you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm down over the railroad tracks on the left.
Did you ever go to Walt's Feed Market?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Trenton?
Trenton, yep. Been here ever since.
Oh, okay. Trenton's good.
Yeah, I got no complaints. Great school system.
Yeah.
I'm happy. They're taking very good care of my daughter, so that's all I care about.
Yeah, no, it's a good school system.
Yep. Very good. The way I understand it, it's the best one downriver, so.
Flat Rock's supposedly good.
Yeah. Yep.
Cool.
I can't complain.
That was fun, JMO. Thanks.
I appreciate the laughs tonight. Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to go to bed. Bye.
Sounds like a plan.
Michelle, thanks for coming on. She's probably
she's already sleeping.
You guys are good. No,
were you busy pissing in? Were you pissing in the sink?
No, not pissing. Not tonight.
Give it a try.
I'll refrain. Yeah, that'll be that's a feat.
Yeah.
Well, have a good day tomorrow, you guys. LA, Jet, all you guys, JMO, boss. Thank you guys for coming on.
Later, everybody.
I'll see you later. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, man.
Oh, man, no problem.
Right. And I don't want to miss anybody. LA, Chris, Jet. I think I got them all.
Good times.
Good night. It was fun. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day tomorrow.